Yo! Welcome to Gringotts Hub. Got an absolute banger for you today. What if Harry found a secret vault containing all 12 founder rings and became the absolute sovereign of Hogwarts at age 8? Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1. The vault below Surrey. The library in Little Whinging was the ugliest building on Privet Drive side of town, and Harry Potter loved it more than anything he'd ever been allowed to love. It wasn't much, a squat, brownish building with water-stained ceiling tiles and shelves that leaned at angles no carpenter would be proud of. The carpet was the color of old mustard. The librarian, Mrs. Figg's distant cousin or some such, had a habit of falling asleep behind the returns desk around 2 in the afternoon, which suited Harry perfectly because it meant no one asked him why he was there every single day, and no one called the Dursleys to report that their nephew was spending his summers reading instead of doing whatever normal children did. Normal children, Harry had learned early, were things he was not. He'd found the library by accident when he was 6, running from Dudley and his gang through a stretch of back streets he didn't know. He'd ducked through the library's side door expecting a dead end and found instead the particular silence of a place full of books, and something in his chest had gone very quiet and very still, the way a held breath does just before it releases. He'd stayed until closing. He'd come back the next morning. He'd been coming back ever since. By 8, Harry had read his way through the children's section twice and most of the mythology shelf. He had a system. He started with whatever caught his eye on the spine, read until he understood it or decided he didn't need to, then moved on. No one had ever taught him to study, so he'd invented his own method: write down the thing you don't understand, look it up, write down what that leads to, follow the thread. His handwriting was terrible. The Dursleys hadn't bothered with pencils until he was almost 7, but his notebook, a composition book he'd found in a bin outside school, was dense with cramped, earnest observations. The day he found the vault, he hadn't been looking for anything unusual. It was a Tuesday in late July, hot and airless, and Petunia had sent him out of the house at 8 in the morning with a dry biscuit and the instruction not to come back until dinner. She'd said this with the particular tight-lipped expression she wore when Dudley had friends coming over and Harry's existence was more inconvenient than usual. Harry had taken his notebook, put on the slightly too large trainers that were actually Dudley's cast-offs from 2 years ago, and walked to the library. He was in the basement. The basement wasn't really meant for patrons, it was where they kept the older donations, boxes of books nobody wanted anymore, encyclopedias from the 70s, condensed novels, the kind of things that came in with estate sales and never quite made it onto the shelves. But Mrs. Pennyworth, the sleeping librarian, had never once told Harry he couldn't go down there, mostly because she'd never noticed he did. It was cooler in the basement than anywhere else in the building, and Harry had spent 3 summers working through the donated boxes systematically, finding the occasional genuinely strange thing, a Latin grammar with handwritten notes in the margins, an illustrated guide to medieval heraldry, once, memorably, an entire box of books about dreams and their interpretations that had kept him occupied for 2 weeks. He'd been moving a particularly heavy box away from the far wall when the floor shifted. Not the whole floor. Just one stone, a single flagstone beneath the concrete screed that surfaced everywhere else in the basement, a square of dark gray stone that appeared only where the screed had cracked and flaked away at the very back corner, behind the shelving unit, invisible unless you were 8 years old and small enough to fit in the gap. The stone moved. Harry hadn't pushed it, not exactly, his hand had brushed it while he steadied himself against the wall, and the stone had responded, tilting slightly inward with a sound like an old door settling on its hinges. Not dramatic. Not a grinding of ancient mechanisms or a rush of magical light. Just a small, intimate shift, as if something had recognized his touch and simply, unlocked. Harry stayed very still for a moment, the way he did when something unusual happened around him, a caution he developed early, because unusual things around Harry Potter had a way of going badly for him in the short term, courtesy of Vernon Dursley's dislike of anything he couldn't explain. Then he got down on his hands and knees and looked. There were steps going down. Old stone steps, worn in the middle from use so ancient Harry had no framework for imagining it. The space below was dark, but not absolutely. There was a faint, sourceless luminescence coming from somewhere below, the palest blue-gray, like light through fog. Any sensible child would have gone home. Harry went down. The steps were narrow and steep and counted out to 17. At the bottom was a corridor, short and low-ceilinged, and at the end of the corridor was a door that was not made of any wood Harry knew. It was dark, almost black, with a grain that moved when he wasn't looking directly at it, and it had no handle, no lock, no visible mechanism of any kind. Just a surface. Just a door. In the center of the door, set in a formation Harry didn't immediately recognize, were 12 depressions in the wood, shallow, circular, precisely spaced, each one about the size of a large coin. Around the rim of each depression ran tiny carvings, text so small Harry had to press his face close to the door to see it. 4 different scripts. He recognized none of them, but his body did something strange when he leaned close. His scar, which sometimes tingled in dreams and which the Dursleys had always told him was from the car accident that killed his parents, began to ache with a warmth that wasn't quite pain. More like recognition. He put his hand flat against the door. It swung open without a sound. The vault behind it was a circular chamber, maybe 20 feet across, with a ceiling that arched high above and a dome Harry couldn't quite see the top of, lost in the same pale luminescence that lit the space without casting shadows. The walls were carved stone, covered in the same 4 scripts from the door, interlaced so thoroughly that separating one language from another would have been like trying to unweave a braid. In the center of the room, on a plinth of black stone, were 12 rings. They were arranged in a circle, each one sitting in its own carved hollow. No 2 were identical, some were gold, some silver, one was a dark metal so deep it looked like condensed shadow, one was the amber of old honey. Some had stones, some had patterns, some had both. None of them looked like jewelry, exactly. They looked more like the way a sword doesn't look like decoration, like things made to be used. Harry walked to the plinth and stood over them. He wasn't thinking about magic. He was 8 and hadn't been told, officially, that magic was real, despite a lifetime of evidence. He was thinking about the scripts on the walls, and whether his notebook had enough pages, and also whether he was going to be in trouble if he was home late, and in a completely separate part of his mind that operated on its own logic and had always been the most him part of him, he was thinking, these are mine. Not in a greedy way. Not the way Dudley thought everything was his by right of size and volume. In the way that the library had felt like his the first time he'd walked in, like a space his shape had been waiting somewhere to fill. He reached out and picked up the nearest ring, a plain silver band with a tiny serpent eating its own tail engraved on the inside. The moment his fingers closed around it, the other 11 rings lifted off their hollows on their own, rising in a slow, unhurried arc, and settled themselves onto his hand. Not all on one finger, which would have been physically absurd, they redistributed, some to his right hand, some to his left, resizing as they settled to fit his small fingers. All 12. Comfortable as if they'd been made for him. Which, he would spend the next 3 years learning, they had been. The walls lit up. Harry spent 4 hours in the vault that first day. He couldn't read the inscriptions, not yet, but the vault had its own way of communicating. This was something he didn't have words for at 8, and when he tried to write about it in his notebook later he settled for, like remembering something I never learned, which was imprecise but the closest he could get. Images came to him, not quite visions, more like the feeling of a vivid story told in a dark room. 4 people, a red-haired woman who burned with a warmth that wasn't temperature, a man with a broad gray beard and a scholar's stoop, a woman whose severity was so perfect it seemed like a form of love, and a pale, angular man who stood slightly apart from the others and watched everything with a stillness that Harry recognized, because it was how he himself stood in rooms full of people he didn't trust. The 4 of them had built something. The images made clear they disagreed about nearly everything while doing it. They'd argued with fire and genuine care and occasional cold fury, and out of all that friction they'd built the only thing they all agreed mattered, a place where children could come and be safe. Safe and taught. Taught because they were safe. The order mattered. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of the vault for a long time after the images faded, turning this over. Then he took out his notebook and wrote, "Find out about them. Find out what they built. Find out why the rings are here and not there. He paused, the pencil hovering. Find out why they fit me. He stood, looked around the vault once more, and walked back up the 17 steps to the basement of Little Whinging Public Library, where Mrs. Pennyworth was still asleep and the afternoon light was going golden through the narrow windows. He was late for dinner. Vernon was furious. Harry spent the evening in his cupboard and barely noticed, because his mind was elsewhere, running down a thread that had just become the most interesting thing in his world. The 3 years that followed were not normal years for a child. They weren't spectacular, either, in the way that stories like to make things spectacular. There was no dramatic training montage, no wise mentor appearing at the door, no sudden explosion of light that announced Harry Potter had become something new. There was only work, steady and mostly quiet, and the particular focus that comes to a child who has found the one thing in the world that makes complete sense to him. The rings did things. That was simply true, and Harry catalogued what they did with the same systematic thoroughness he brought to everything. Some things he discovered by accident. The first time a ring heated against his finger and a book shelved 12 feet up floated down to his waiting hands, he'd written the silver one with the pattern, moving objects, in his notebook and spent the next 2 days systematically testing range and weight limits. Some things he discovered by reading, because the vault's knowledge, whatever it was, wherever it lived, responded to questions, and the questions it responded to best were written down, worked through, followed to their logical conclusions. He began learning Latin from the grammar with the annotated margins. Then Old English, from a textbook he found in a charity shop for 20 pence. Then a language he couldn't identify from any reference he found in the Surrey Public Library system, which he eventually understood to be a form of Proto-Runic that hadn't been documented in any text he had access to. He worked out its structure from context and internal logic over the course of a winter, the way you might decode a cipher without the key, and when he finally read his first full inscription from the vault wall in the original, he sat very still for a long moment and then wrote. In his notebook, Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd read about it in one of the books he'd found in the vault, which had a way of producing texts when he needed them, not always, not on demand, but occasionally a slim volume would appear on the plinth when he arrived that hadn't been there before, and these were always exactly what he needed for whatever question he was currently living inside. One of these volumes was a history. Not the sanitized kind, a working history, the kind written for architects and administrators, recording what the school was in concrete terms, its founding, its structure, its governance, its wards, its deep enchantments that had been laid down in the building's very stone. Harry read it twice through and then a third time slowly, making notes. The governing authority of Hogwarts, the history explained, was not the headmaster. The headmaster administered. The Board of Governors oversaw. But beneath both of these bodies, more ancient than either, was the Sovereign Charter, a founding document, a magical contract, an architectural fact built into the school's foundation stones. The charter recognized one authority above all others, the holder of all 12 founder rings, representing the unified magical intent of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. All four, together, undivided. There had not been such a holder in 1100 years. The rings didn't represent power over people, the history was careful to clarify, or rather, Harry thought it was careful, and the clarity might have been his own understanding working through the text, the way a good reader collaborates with a good book. The sovereign authority was authority over the school, over its structure, its wards, its policies, its physical space. It was the authority of a caretaker, not a king. The founders had built it that way deliberately, a check on every other power, a safeguard that could only be exercised by someone the school's own magic had recognized. Harry sat with this for several weeks. He was 9 at the time. He thought about it the way he thought about most serious things, not all at once, but in layers, revisiting the question from different angles at different times of day, testing his conclusions against new information, refusing to decide until he understood what he was deciding. Eventually he wrote in his notebook, "This is mine to use correctly. Figure out what correctly means." He wasn't arrogant about it. It simply was what it was. He received his Hogwarts letter on his 11th birthday. He'd been expecting it for 3 years, which didn't make receiving it through the slot in the cupboard door while Vernon was in the shower any less satisfying as a moment. He opened it, read it, noted that the letter described him as a student, smiled slightly at that, and tucked it in his notebook. Vernon's reaction when additional letters began arriving was everything Harry had predicted. By the 4th day, when the letters were arriving faster than Vernon could dispose of them and the man was beginning to look genuinely unhinged, Harry made the executive decision to expedite matters. He'd known about Diagon Alley for 2 years, the vault's books had been thorough, and he'd gotten quite good at navigating magical London by appearing to be exactly what he looked like, which was a slight, unremarkable child that adults tended to look past. He took a bus to London on the 5th day, walked into the Leaky Cauldron without hesitation, nodded politely to Tom the barman's stare, tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, and walked into Diagon Alley for the first time. He didn't look up with wonder. He'd imagined it too many times. Instead he walked directly to Gringotts with the particular purposeful stride he'd developed, which worked partly because of the rings and partly because he'd simply practiced it, the walk of someone who knows exactly where they're going and why. The goblin at the front desk gave him the standard look of bored superiority. Harry met it with absolute calm. "Harry Potter," he said. "Here to access my vault, and also to discuss the matter of the Potter estate account and its management history for the past decade." The goblin's eyes dropped to Harry's hands. To the 12 rings. Back up to Harry's face. The standard bored superiority became something considerably more attentive. "Director Ragnarok," the goblin said quietly to the one beside him, "will want to be informed." "I'd appreciate that," Harry said. The meeting with Director Ragnarok took 3 hours and covered ground that Harry had partially anticipated and partially hadn't. The goblins were, he discovered, entirely unbothered by the rings, they recognized them instantly, showed no fear or reverence, and interacted with the reality of his sovereign status with a kind of professional satisfaction, as if a long-standing irregularity in their accounts had finally been resolved. The Potter estate was extensive, somewhat mismanaged in its investment portfolio, and had been subject to several withdrawals that Harry had not authorized, which Ragnarok noted with the manner of someone filing this information in a folder labeled to be addressed. Harry noted it too, in his own way. He left Gringotts with a pouch of gold, a full accounting of his estate, and a formal acknowledgement from Gringotts of his status as the recognized sovereign of Hogwarts, a document that carried its own weight under goblin law, which the goblins seemed to find quietly gratifying to issue, as if they'd been holding it ready for some time. He bought his school things methodically and without fuss. Robes from Madame Malkin's, plain, quality, the right size. Books from Flourish and Blots, though he already owned or had read half of them. A wand from Ollivander's, which was the most interesting stop. Ollivander spent 45 minutes trying wands before landing on Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, and the old man's expression when it worked was complex, recognition and something that might have been concern, carefully tucked away. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, as the wand sent a warm shower of gold sparks over both of them. "Very curious. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, Mr. Potter." "Just one other." "I know," Harry said pleasantly. "The wand of the person who killed my parents." Ollivander blinked. Harry tucked the wand into his bag with the rest of his purchases. "Thank you," he said. "For the wand, and for the information, though I already had it." "You are not," Ollivander started, then stopped. He was looking at the rings. "Quite what anyone expects," Harry agreed. "Have a good day." He walked out into Diagon Alley's afternoon sun and ate a meat pie at a small stand near the apothecary and thought about Hogwarts, which he would reach in 31 days. He thought about what he needed to do when he got there, and in what order, and how. He thought about the fact that somewhere in a distant and uncertain way, something dark was waiting for him, had always been waiting for him, was written into the scar on his forehead with a cold authorship he had no intention of accepting. He thought about the 4 people whose rings sat on his fingers, who had built a safe place for children out of argument and care and enormous effort, and how that place had been slowly converted, over 1100 years, into something less safe and less caring, and how that conversion had been accomplished in small steps by people who all thought they were doing the right thing. He finished the meat pie and stood up. 31 days. The Hogwarts Express left from platform 9 3/4 on the 1st of September, and Harry arrived early. He'd said goodbye to the Dursleys that morning in a manner that surprised all of them including himself. He'd simply told them, over breakfast, that he would be going to school, that he would not be returning for summers if he could arrange it, and that he wished them a life of adequate contentment. Petunia had looked at him with an expression he'd never seen on her face before, something watery and complicated, and had said nothing. Vernon had gone very red and opened his mouth twice. Harry had put on his jacket and left. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 was exactly where the books said it would be. Harry walked through it without breaking stride. The platform on the other side was already filling, families, trunks, owls in cages, the periodic flash of robes among the jeans and jumpers of people dressed for a Muggle station. Harry moved through the crowd to a less populated end of the platform, found an empty compartment on the train, stowed his trunk, and sat down. He spent the wait watching the platform through the window. A boy with a toad and a round, worried face passed twice before losing the toad near the far end, then spent several anxious minutes peering under the train carriages. Harry watched him recover the toad, a fat, resigned-looking creature that submitted to being recaptured with the air of something that had given up on ambition, with a kind of fond recognition. There was something in the boy's expression, a low-level braced resignation as if he was constantly preparing for the next thing to go wrong, that Harry knew from the inside. A girl with a very large trunk and an already open book arrived with two adults who were clearly Muggle-born themselves, dressed too practically for the traditional wizard family, expressions of barely contained delight mixed with anxious love. The girl had a great deal of bushy brown hair and was talking rapidly about something she'd been reading. Her parents nodded with the attentive expressions of people trying to understand a language they didn't speak. A family of redheads arrived in a cheerful avalanche. Harry counted 6 children, a mother whose warm chaos had an organizing force at its center, and no father visible. The children ranged in age from what looked like mid-teens to a pair of twins who were visibly hatching something. One red-headed boy about Harry's age was looking around the platform with the expression of someone experiencing something for the first time that their family had described many times, a specific kind of familiar novelty, half wonder and half I expected this but it's still something. Harry watched. He catalogued. He was very good at both. The train left at 11 o'clock exactly, with a long pull of steam that drifted back past his window as England's suburbs gave way to country. The compartment door slid open and the round-faced boy appeared with his toad in his hands and hope on his face. "Do you mind?" he said. "Everywhere else is full." Harry looked around the demonstrably empty compartment. "Neville," the boy said, offering a hand while juggling the toad. "Neville Longbottom." "Harry Potter." He shook the offered hand. Neville's eyes dropped briefly to the rings, flicked back up. Harry watched him decide not to ask. "That's Trevor," Neville said, indicating the toad. "He escapes. It's sort of his whole personality." "What's yours?" Harry asked. Neville blinked. "What?" "Your personality." A small, startled laugh. I'm not sure anyone's asked me that before." He thought about it. "I like plants. Herbology. I'm rubbish at most other magic but plants make sense to me." "That's useful," Harry said, and meant it, and Neville seemed slightly stunned by this. The bushy-haired girl came in 20 minutes later, knocking and asking, and Harry moved his bag to make room. She introduced herself as Hermione Granger, stated immediately that she'd already memorized all her textbooks, and then asked Harry, with the directness of someone who'd learned that being indirect was a waste of both parties' time, "Are those the founder rings?" Harry looked at her with something close to respect. "Yes. I read about them in Hogwarts, a history," she said, settling into her seat. "The chapter on the Sovereign Charter. Most people think it's allegorical. Most people are wrong. Yes, Hermione said, with the mild, unbothered confidence of someone used to being the only one in the room with correct information. I noticed. Neville looked between them. What are founder rings? Neither Harry nor Hermione answered immediately, and in the pause the compartment door slid open again to reveal a blond boy with two large friends in tow, the kind of entourage that existed to validate someone who didn't quite trust themselves without it. The blond boy was handsome in a way that would become more pronounced as he aged, and he was currently wearing the particular expression of someone performing an entrance they'd been rehearsing since leaving the house. Heard Harry Potter was on the train, he said. His gaze landed and went briefly, almost imperceptibly, uncertain at the sight of the rings. He covered it quickly. Draco Malfoy. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it, then at him. Why are they here? He asked, nodding at the two large boys. They're if you need them to introduce yourself, you should work on that. Harry kept his voice perfectly pleasant. Harry Potter. You've already said you know that. Draco's hand dropped. Something shifted in his expression, not anger, exactly, though there was some of that. More like recalibration. He wasn't used to being redirected with such comfortable certainty by someone his own age. You'll want to know, he said, tone recovered, that not all wizarding families are worth associating with. There are the right people and, I'll determine that myself, Harry said. Thank you. The door slid closed. Neville let out a breath. Hermione had her book half raised in front of her face, but her eyes were bright above the spine with barely suppressed amusement. That was, Neville started. Fine, Harry said. It was fine. He turned back to the window. Outside, the hills were deep summer green, going gold at the edges. Hermione lowered her book slightly. The Sovereign Charter, she said, picking up the thread as if Draco had been a minor interruption, which Harry had treated him as, grants administrative authority over the school to the ring's holder. The headmaster's authority is technically subordinate. I found a reference to it in Bathilda Bagshot's companion volume, which most people don't read because it's not on the curriculum. What did Bagshot say about it? Harry asked. She said it was a safeguard against concentrated power. The founders were very concerned about concentrated power. Hermione paused. Given what the school became under certain headmasters, I thought it was interesting that nobody seems to have noticed the safeguard was designed to activate. It activates, Harry said, when someone earns it. And you, she stopped. Looked at the rings again, then at his face with the measuring intensity of someone calibrating. How long? 3 years. Neville was looking between them again, and this time his expression had changed from baffled to something more focused. You've been preparing, he said. For Hogwarts. Specifically. Harry considered him for a moment, the way he'd reframed the information, cutting straight to the practical meaning without fanfare. Yes, he said. Good, Neville said simply, with a firmness that seemed to surprise even him. He looked down at Trevor, who had settled into his palms with the resignation of his kind. Good, he said again, quieter, like he was resolving something. The train moved on north. Outside, the landscape had gone wilder, stone walls cutting across moorland, the occasional dark cluster of trees. Harry watched it all pass. The rings were warm on his fingers. They were always warm here, closer to what they'd been made to serve. He'd noticed it as the train crossed some invisible threshold north of the Midlands, a quiet intensification, like a compass needle swinging home. He'd spent 3 years in a library basement and a charity shop education and the particular solitude of a child who knows he contains something larger than his current circumstances. He'd spent 3 years patient and methodical and entirely committed to understanding what he held and what it meant. He was ready to go home. Hogwarts revealed itself at dusk, across the black mirror of the lake, blazing with lit windows against a sky going deep blue at the edges. Harry saw it first, before Hermione looked up from her book, before Neville pressed forward with the other first years in the boats, before the candles reflected in the water and the castle's towers climbed the darkening sky in every direction. He'd seen pictures. He'd read descriptions. He'd studied its architecture, its wards, its history, its bones. None of it prepared him for the feeling of looking at it across the water and having the castle, the stones, the wards, the ancient deep magic laid into the foundations by 4 people who'd argued and cared and built, look back. Not at all the first years. Not at the boats or the floating lanterns or the excited, frightened children crossing the threshold of the rest of their lives. At him. He sat in the boat and let himself feel it, allowed himself, just for this moment, before everything became strategy and observation and the long, careful work of doing what needed doing, to feel the thing he'd been working toward for 3 years. The warm, solid, unassailable fact of it. Home. The castle's lights burned steadily across the water. "All right?" Hermione asked from behind him. "Yes," Harry said. And he was. The great hall was everything it should have been, and Harry took his seat on the bench with Neville on one side and Hermione on the other, looked up at the ceiling where the September sky had been perfectly replicated in enchantment, and noted that at the staff table, the silver-bearded man at the center had looked at him already, with an expression too swiftly smoothed to its customary warmth for Harry to read fully. But he'd seen enough. Dumbledore had looked at Harry's hands. At the 12 rings. And in the half-second before the old man's considerable personal gravity reasserted itself, his expression had contained something that Harry filed carefully away, not surprise, exactly. Not quite alarm. Recognition. He knew what they were. Harry kept his face pleasant and attentive and watched a 3-legged stool with a battered hat on it produce the most dramatically complex magic he'd encountered outside the vault, reading 11 years of life from every child who sat before it. The hat had opinions. It had been talking since before any living person's memory. Harry found he was curious about it. When Professor McGonagall called his name, the hall went the way he'd expected, a ripple of whisper running outward from the name Potter, heads turning, the particular quality of attention that meant recognition. Harry walked to the stool and sat and put the hat on. What happened next was between him and the hat, to its ancient credit, was both more and less prepared for Harry Potter than it had expected to be. "Well," the hat said, in the privacy of Harry's thoughts, its voice like a very old book falling open at a well-loved page. "This is different." "Take your time," Harry thought back. The hat was quiet for a moment that wasn't really a moment, because inside whatever the hat was time operated differently. Harry had the sense of being looked through rather than looked at, and he didn't mind it the way he minded most forms of scrutiny, because the hat wasn't looking for leverage or advantage. It was simply trying to understand what it was dealing with. "All 4, the hat said, almost to itself. "Every characteristic. This hasn't happened since, it hasn't happened." "Which house?" Harry thought, genuinely curious. "Any of them. All of them, if I could manage it." The hat's tone shifted to something drier. "Technically, given what's on your hands, I answer to you, not the other way around." "Put me where I'll do the most good," Harry said simply. The hat was quiet for another of its stretched moments. Then, "Gryffindor," it said, and there was a weight to it, something considered and specific. "Not because you're the bravest, you are, but that's not the reason. Because Gryffindor is where the story expects you to be, and you're going to need the story working with you, not against you." "Also," it added, with a dry quality Harry liked, "young Longbottom is going there, and I suspect you've already decided he's your responsibility." "Observation, not decision," Harry corrected. "Yes," the hat agreed. "That's exactly the kind of distinction Gryffindor needs more of." "Gryffindor," it shouted aloud, and the red and gold table erupted, and Harry took off the hat, handed it to Professor McGonagall with a nod, and walked to his new table. At the staff table, Dumbledore's applause was measured and warm and his eyes were a carefully unreadable blue. Harry sat down between a red-haired boy who introduced himself as Ron Weasley with bread already in hand, and Neville, who had been sorted 2 names before and was still looking slightly stunned by it. "Gryffindor," Neville said, as if testing the word. "Yes," Harry said. Gran expected Hufflepuff. "What do you think?" Neville looked at the table, at the red and gold, at the high ceiling and the candles. "I think," he said slowly, "that I want to be brave enough for this." Harry looked at him for a moment. "You already are," he said. "You just haven't been given a situation that required you to notice." Neville looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite categorize, and then the food appeared and the noise level tripled and the first night of Harry Potter's life at Hogwarts began in the warmth and chaos and particular beauty of 500 children eating together in a magnificent room under a perfect sky. Across the table, Hermione caught his eye and raised her goblet slightly, a small, private toast. Harry raised his in return. Tomorrow the work began. Tonight he ate, and listened, and let himself have the thing he'd been patient for. Tonight he was simply here, and here was enough. Chapter 2, The Castle remembers Harry woke before anyone else in the dormitory. This wasn't unusual for him, he'd woken early at the Dursleys out of necessity, because the mornings before Vernon and Dudley were up were the only quiet ones, and quiet had always been when he thought best. At Hogwarts the instinct remained, but the feeling attached to it was entirely different. At Privet Drive, early mornings meant borrowed peace. Here, he woke and lay still for a moment in the four-poster bed listening to the deep, particular silence of a very old building, and the silence felt like something offered. He dressed quietly, tucked his notebook into his jacket, and went to find the castle. Not explore it, he knew its layout well enough from the vault's architectural records, though he was prepared for the records to be incomplete, because living buildings developed idiosyncrasies that no floor plan could fully capture. What he wanted, before the day began and the school around him came alive with people and noise and the demands that came with being visible, was the castle itself. A proper introduction. He walked down the spiral staircase from Gryffindor Tower, through the empty common room where the fire had burned down to embers overnight and out through the portrait hole into the corridor beyond. The fat lady was asleep in her frame, snoring with aristocratic dignity. Harry didn't wake her. The castle at 5 in the morning was a different country from the castle he'd arrived at the night before. No candlelight and noise, no 500 students filling the corridors with life and sound. Just stone, and height, and the deep breath of a place old enough that its silence had texture. The torches burned low in their brackets, casting pools of amber light at intervals, and between those pools the shadows were the comfortable dark of a house that knows its own corners. He walked without a particular destination, which was how he understood spaces best, letting them organize themselves around him rather than imposing a route. The castle met him, in a way he couldn't have explained to anyone but would have known how to describe to the vault, a receptiveness, a quality of attention in the stones themselves. The rings were warmer here than they'd been anywhere except the vault, and the warmth wasn't uniform. It shifted subtly as he moved, the way a held hand responds to pressure, different fingers communicating different information. He stopped at the top of a staircase on the 3rd floor that led down to a corridor he recognized from the architectural plans as administrative, staff offices, records, the route toward the headmaster's tower, and stood for a moment just listening. Then he put his right hand flat against the stone wall beside the staircase. The castle exhaled. There was no other word for it. Not a sound, not a light, not a dramatic rumbling of ancient stone. Just a release, deep and structural, like the feeling of a very old muscle finally unknotting. Like something that had been held in tension for a very long time, recognizing that the thing it had been braced for had finally arrived and could be set down now. The rings blazed warm, all 12 of them, for about 3 seconds. Then settled. Then were simply themselves again. Harry stood with his palm against the stone and understood, in a way that didn't need words, that the introduction was complete. He took his hand away. Looked at the wall. "Hello," he said quietly, which was slightly ridiculous and also exactly right. He went to find the library. At 7 o'clock the great hall began filling with students, and Harry was already at breakfast with his Charms textbook open beside his porridge, annotating the margins in his cramped handwriting. The text was more basic than what he'd been working through in the vault but covered institutional magical theory in its standard form, and institutional standard mattered, not because it was the best framework, but because it was the shared one, and understanding what other people were taught before understanding where that teaching fell short was simply efficiency. Hermione arrived at 7:06, sat directly across from him, opened her own charms text, and began eating without looking up. They read in parallel silence for 10 minutes, which was comfortable in a way Harry recognized as rare. Most people required more acknowledgement of their presence than this. Neville arrived at 7:30, sat beside Harry, put Trevor's tank on the table, and stared at the porridge with the expression of someone deciding whether to be optimistic. "Trevor's allowed at the table?" Hermione asked, looking up. "He's been to every meal since I was 6, Neville said. "Gran says it builds character. I think it mostly just builds anxiety. He served himself porridge. Do we have timetables yet?" Professor McGonagall moved through the hall distributing schedules with the brisk, no-nonsense efficiency of a woman who'd been managing the logistics of childhood chaos for longer than most of her students' parents had been alive. She reached the Gryffindor table, placed timetables, glanced down at Harry's annotations, glanced at the rings, and moved on with an expression of entirely professional neutrality. Harry noted that her eyes had lingered on his hands for exactly 2 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than she'd lingered on anyone else's. He looked at his timetable. Herbology first. Neville sat up straighter at the word. Then Transfiguration, then History of Magic, then Charms. Double potions on Thursday with the Slytherins. Ron Weasley dropped into the seat on Neville's other side with the arrival energy of someone who'd overslept and made peace with it. He had a piece of toast in each hand. "Sleep all right," he said, directing this at the general table without particular audience in mind, which was its own kind of sociability. "Fine," Harry said. "Brilliant." Ron looked at the timetable. Herbology. He considered this. "I suppose it could be worse." He looked at Neville. "You'll probably be great at it." Neville's expression was caught between surprised pleasure and a kind of waiting for the catch that Harry recognized. The catch didn't come. Ron was already eating. "I like plants," Neville said, testing the statement. "Yeah, you said. On the train." Ron had a phenomenal memory for conversational detail that he deployed with no apparent awareness of doing so. "Something about the logic of them." "They make sense," Neville said, slightly more firmly. "You learn what they need and you give it to them and they grow. It's predictable. In a good way." "That's more than you can say for most things," Ron said, and bit his toast. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back, and the slight adjustment in his posture, shoulders coming down a fraction, chin leveling, was enough. Herbology was in the greenhouses, and Professor Sprout was the kind of teacher Harry had read about but not encountered, genuinely, expansively enthusiastic about her subject in a way that wasn't performance, the kind of enthusiasm that existed because the thing itself was genuinely wonderful and she'd never stopped finding it so. She moved through the greenhouse with dirt on her robes and lecture notes she clearly hadn't consulted in years, touching plants the way people touch beloved things. Neville transformed within approximately 45 seconds of entering. It wasn't that he became different, it was more that the particular tension he seemed to carry everywhere else relaxed its grip, and what was left was someone who actually knew what they were talking about and for once had context in which to talk about it. He answered Sprout's second question before she'd finished asking it. Sprout beamed at him. Harry watched this and thought, environments create capacity. Then he wrote it in the margin of his herbology notes, which were more about observation than herbology. He was good at the practical work, because his 3 years of self-directed study had included plant theory. The vault's botanical texts had been specific and detailed, linking herbology to ward maintenance and potion efficacy in ways the standard curriculum apparently didn't bother connecting until much later. He didn't try to demonstrate this. There was no use in demonstrating breadth of knowledge in a context designed to introduce its foundations. It would only create the wrong impression among people who were still deciding what impression to form of him. The one exception was when Sprout showed them a devil's snare cutting and described its light aversion as a defensive mechanism, and Harry said, without really deciding to, the same mechanism underlies the light-responsive compound in flowerworm mucus, same magical family, different expression. Sprout looked at him with bright, assessing eyes. "That's a third-year connection, Mr. Potter." "I read ahead," Harry said, which was technically true. Beside him, Hermione made a small noise that might have been either approval or competition. Probably both. Transfiguration was Professor McGonagall's domain, and Professor McGonagall's domain was run with the exacting precision of someone who considered sloppiness a moral failing and magic a discipline that rewarded nothing less than complete precision. Harry sat in the front row because the front row was where you learned most, and the social cost of sitting there was a fiction invented by people who cared more about appearances than information. McGonagall turned a desk into a pig and back again without looking at it, which was the sort of casual mastery Harry respected enormously. She lectured on the theory of transfiguration, the deep, philosophical underpinning of transformation, the relationship between form and function, the magical grammar of change, with the rigor of someone who'd spent 40 years teaching the subject and still found the theory interesting, which was a much better sign than the alternative. When she asked for questions at the end of the lecture and Harry put up his hand, she pointed at him with the manner of someone stealing themselves. "The restriction on human transfiguration," Harry said. "The texts frame it as a safety limitation. But the underlying principle in Gamp's law suggests the restriction is more fundamental than that. It's not that human transfiguration is dangerous, it's that consciousness creates a complication that standard transfiguration theory doesn't have a model for." Is that accurate? The classroom went quiet in the specific way classrooms go quiet when someone says something that slightly recalibrates the room. McGonagall was quiet for a moment herself. "That," she said, with a measured quality, "is an accurate characterization. And a fifth-year analysis." She looked at him directly. "What do you know about Gamp's law beyond the standard exceptions?" "The 5 exceptions are illustrative, not exhaustive," Harry said. Gamp identified 5 categories where magical creation fails, but the law itself is about the relationship between magical energy and existing matter. The exceptions are symptoms. The underlying condition is conservation. Magic can transform and redirect, but it can't originate from nothing. "How," McGonagall said carefully, "did you come by this understanding?" "I read the original papers. They're not on the curriculum, but they're not restricted." "They are," she said, "in Bodleian restricted. The magical section." Harry said nothing. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment with an expression that had several distinct layers. The uppermost was professional composure. Beneath that, something that wanted to ask a great many questions. Beneath that, something that might have been satisfaction at finding a student who understood what they were actually talking about. "Come and see me during office hours this week, Mr. Potter," she said. "I will," he said. The thing Harry hadn't fully anticipated was how being in the castle would feel in the context of other people. He'd thought about it strategically, how to exist at Hogwarts, how to manage the fact of the rings and what they meant, how to be a student in an institution he was technically sovereign over without making that fact the first and only thing people knew about him. He'd planned for the politics of it, for Dumbledore's response, for the board's eventual involvement. He'd thought about power structures and information management and patient timing. He hadn't thought about what it would feel like to sit in classes and eat meals and walk corridors in a building that was actively, quietly, continuously attentive to him. Not intrusively. Nothing so dramatic as voices or visions. It was more like peripheral awareness, the castle's presence at the edge of his senses, the way you're aware of a fire in a room not by looking at it but by the warmth on the back of your hands. He could feel the shape of the school around him, the population of its spaces, the condition of its wards. Nothing with precise detail, more like the general living awareness of a body, knowing all its parts are present without consciously attending to each one. It was odd. He was honest with himself about that. It was strange and new and would take adjustment. He was adjusting. He sat at dinner on the second night between Neville and Hermione and let the noise of the hall wash around him and paid attention to the feeling. Like learning a new instrument, not the music yet, just the weight of it in your hands, the way it balanced, what kind of pressure the strings required. "You're quiet," Hermione said. "I'm usually quiet." You're differently quiet. She was eating without looking at her food, watching him with the focused attention she gave most things she found interesting. The last 2 days, whenever you get a certain expression, the candles in the room, she paused, choosing words. They don't flicker. They steady. Did you know that? He hadn't noticed it consciously, but now she'd said it he could feel exactly what she meant, the castle's automatic responsiveness to him, running beneath conscious intention the way breathing ran beneath thought. I'm working on managing it, he said. I'm not criticizing, she said. I'm observing. She ate a bite of chicken. You should know about it, that's all. It's visible to anyone paying attention. And are people paying attention? I am, she said. And Professor Dumbledore has been watching you since the sorting. I know. And Professor Quirrell looks at you and then looks away immediately, every single time, as if looking at you causes him some kind of discomfort. Harry went still. He put his fork down. How many times? I've been counting, Hermione said, with the complete lack of embarrassment of someone for whom counting was simply a baseline activity. 13 instances over 2 days. He does it specifically when the rings catch the light. Harry picked his fork back up. Filed this with the kind of care he gave to things that looked small and weren't. Quirrell. Right. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. She went back to her food. I assume you'll tell me eventually why that matters. I will, he said. It was on the 3rd day that Dumbledore appeared. Not unexpectedly, Harry had been watching the headmaster the way you watch a chess piece that controls the most squares on the board, always knowing where it was, always tracking its potential moves. Dumbledore moved through the school with the particular ease of absolute familiarity, a man who'd been the dominant intelligence in this space for so long he'd stopped distinguishing his presence from the institution's identity. He was kind to students in the corridors with the quality of genuine warmth. He paused to speak to portraits. He deflected Peeves at the 4th-floor junction with a look and a word. He found Harry in the library at 7 in the evening, which Harry had identified as a likely move because the library was the most plausible neutral space, the least formal of the obvious settings, more a suggestion of conversation than a summons. He lowered himself into the chair across from Harry's table with the ease of someone who'd spent decades in chairs exactly like this, interlaced his fingers over a remarkably colorful pair of robes, and said, "You've settled in well." "The castle's comfortable," Harry said. He didn't close his book. "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes were doing what Harry had expected, cataloging, assessing, running the calculation that powerful minds ran automatically when confronted with a significant unknown. "I have been meaning to speak with you, Harry. May I call you Harry?" "You can." "Wonderful." The warmth in his voice was entirely genuine, which was the most important thing to understand about Dumbledore. His warmth was real, and his manipulation was real, and they weren't contradictions. They coexisted in a man who decided, probably decades ago, that he understood the shape of necessary things well enough to act on that understanding. "I notice you wear rings." "I do." "Remarkable things." Dumbledore's tone was light, scholarly, the tone of someone commenting on an artifact with academic interest. "I don't suppose you'd tell me where you found them?" "In a vault." Harry closed his book. He looked at Dumbledore directly, which was something most people apparently found difficult, the eyes, the gravity of the presence, the accumulated weight of a century of being the most important wizard in most rooms. Harry found it uncomplicated. "I think you know what they are." "I have my suspicions," Dumbledore said, with the gentle quality of someone choosing to be forthcoming rather than being compelled to it. "The Sovereign Charter is not fiction. I've known that for some years. The rings' existence, however, their location, was a question I hadn't resolved." "Surrey," Harry said. "Extraordinary." A pause. "Harry, I want to speak candidly with you, because I believe you are a young man who responds to honesty." "I respond well to honesty," Harry agreed. "How will I know if it's what I'm getting?" Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something behind it did, a small, genuine surprise, quickly integrated. "A fair challenge," he said. "I shall try to be worthy of it." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to the register of serious conversation. "The authority those rings carry, it is real, and I would not attempt to diminish it. But authority exists within context, and the context here is a school full of children, with a faculty that has served that school faithfully, with systems and structures that function. You are 11 years old, Harry. Remarkable, clearly, astonishingly so, but 11. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore waited for more. Harry let him wait. The concern, Dumbledore continued, is that sovereign authority exercised without experience can do harm as readily as good. The founders built in a check, but they didn't, I think, fully anticipate a child holder. They built the check to function without restriction on the holder's age, Harry said. The Charter's language is explicit. The vault's own mechanisms were designed to recognize a bloodline convergence, not a maturity threshold. They were careful about that distinction. He watched Dumbledore's expression. You've read the Charter. I have. Long ago. Another pause, heavier this time. You've read it recently. 3 years ago. And several times since. Something shifted in Dumbledore's eyes, the kind of shift that happens when a variable in a complex equation changes value without warning and you have to run the entire equation again. Harry had seen it in the vault. Recognition. But there was something else there too, something the headmaster was managing with the practice of great skill. What do I do with this? You've known since you were 8, Dumbledore said. Yes. And you told no one. I had no one to tell. This landed quietly, and Harry hadn't meant it as an accusation, but Dumbledore heard it as one. Harry saw him hear it, saw the brief involuntary tightening around the eyes, the thing that happened when a genuinely good man encountered evidence of his own failure in terms he couldn't rationalize around. Harry, he said. Then stopped. Started again. There are things I should perhaps have arranged differently, regarding your upbringing. I regret certain decisions more than I can adequately express. I know, Harry said. We can talk about that another time, if you like. It's not what I want to talk about now. What do you want to talk about? Harry put both hands flat on the table, 12 rings visible in the library's warm light. The school, he said. Specifically, 3 things I've already identified that need changing. Not because I'm exercising authority to prove I have it, because they're wrong and they should be fixed. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, with the genuine curiosity of a man who hadn't encountered this particular quality of directness in someone of this age and couldn't help but respond to it, tell me. The Squib census, Harry said. The school's internal records still classify children born to magical families with no apparent magic as failures. That classification is in the administration system, it affects how those children are counseled, what their options are told to be. I want it changed. Not erased, reclassified. Squibs have other relationships to magic and to the wizarding world, and the current language forecloses on those. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Second, the punishment records in the groundskeeper's log and the prefect records both show a significant pattern in which students from certain houses receive detention at substantially higher rates than others for equivalent infractions. I want an independent review of discipline records going back 5 years. Not to punish anyone, to identify the pattern and correct it. That, Dumbledore said carefully, may create some institutional friction. Yes. And third, Harry said, there's something living in the 3rd floor corridor that you've allowed to be installed here. I'm not asking about it yet, but I know it's there, and I want you to know that I know, and that I'll be coming back to it. The silence that followed was specific. Dumbledore sat very still, and the quality of the stillness was that of someone rapidly revising something they'd been certain of. That was not, he said finally, what I anticipated you would raise. What did you anticipate? Demands. Or more precisely, the kind of authority assertion that adolescent holders of great power typically, he stopped. Reconsidered. You are not adolescent. In any meaningful sense. I'm 11, Harry said. I'm also the person those rings found. Those aren't contradictions. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. In the portraits behind him, several of the painted headmasters were paying very close attention to this conversation with expressions that ranged from anxious to enthralled. The squib classification, Dumbledore said, can be changed by end of the week. I should have addressed it years ago. The discipline review, I will initiate it. The third floor matter, a pause with significant weight, is more complex than it appears. Most important things are, Harry said. I'm patient. Dumbledore's expression, under all its layers of warmth and calculation and genuine intelligence, arrived at something that might have been, in a less dignified man, wonder. I think, he said, that you and I are going to find this year quite challenging for both of us. Probably, Harry agreed. But productive. He opened his book again. Dumbledore, after a moment, rose. Good evening, Harry. Good evening, Professor. The incident with Peeves happened the next afternoon in the first-floor corridor, which Harry had not planned but didn't mind either. Peeves, the poltergeist, a semi-sentient construct of chaotic magical energy that had been part of Hogwarts since its earliest centuries, and who was therefore technically within Harry's sovereign jurisdiction, though Harry hadn't planned to make that point today, was dropping water balloons from the ceiling of the first-floor corridor with gleeful malevolence. This was, as Harry understood it, fairly standard Peeves behavior, and most students navigated it with varying degrees of resignation. What was less standard was Peeves having specifically targeted Neville, who was walking back from herbology with his hands full of soil samples, and was now soaked and had dropped the samples and was crouched on the floor attempting to recover them while Peeves cackled overhead. Harry watched this from the end of the corridor for about 3 seconds. Then he said, clearly, in the direction of the ceiling, Peeves. Peeves froze mid-cackle. He was the color of old smoke, dressed in the medieval jester's bells that he'd apparently been wearing for 11 centuries, and his expression when he turned and saw who had spoken went through several phases in rapid succession: contempt, dismissal, reconsideration, a long complicated pause at reconsideration. The rings were doing something Harry hadn't consciously directed. The gold band on his right index finger, which was Gryffindor's, was giving off a very faint light. Just barely perceptible. Not a display. Just, present. Oh, Peeves said, with the manner of someone who has spent 1100 years in one building and understands very well when the architecture has changed. His bells jangled without wind. It's the little sovereign. Put the remaining balloons down, please, Harry said. Not on anyone. Peeves stared at him. Nobody, apparently, had ever said please to Peeves in an authoritative context before. The novelty of it seemed to temporarily short-circuit his opposition. The remaining balloons descended gently to the floor. Ta, Peeves said, which might have been an approximation of a bow. Then he shot off through the wall cackling, but his heart clearly wasn't in the malevolence anymore. Harry walked down the corridor and crouched beside Neville, who was collecting soil samples with the focused effort of someone refusing to be more embarrassed than they already were. I had it handled, Neville said, without looking up. I know, Harry said, and started helping collect samples. They worked in silence for a moment. Did Peeves just listen to you? Neville asked. The rings carry authority the castle recognizes. Peeves is part of the castle's magical structure. So, yes. That's extraordinary. It's useful. Harry handed Neville a recapped sample vial. You all right? Wet, Neville said. And it's not the first time. He sat back on his heels. There was something in his tone, not self-pity, more like the factual acknowledgement of a recurring condition. It won't be the last. It might be, Harry said. Neville looked at him. Not because I'll follow you around stopping Peeves, Harry said. Just, things tend to change. The environment of a place changes. He paused, then said something he'd been thinking since the sorting. You're good at herbology. Not good for a beginner, good. Actually good. You understand the systems underlying it. Gran says it's not a useful skill. Your Gran is wrong. The directness of it made Neville blink. Harry handed him the last sample vial. Herbology, properly understood, connects to ward magic, potion theory, natural magical ecosystems, and, given what some of these plants do, defense. You've been told it's a soft subject. It isn't. It's foundational. He stood and offered Neville a hand up. The school's greenhouses are under-resourced. I'm planning to fix that. Neville stood, looked at his soil samples, then at Harry. You're planning to fix the greenhouses. Among other things. How many other things? Harry considered this honestly. Quite a few. Neville laughed, actually laughed, short and genuine and surprised out of him. All right, he said. Can I help? Yes, Harry said. Actually, yes. You'd be useful for the greenhouse side of it. I'm useful, Neville said, testing this, turning it in his mouth. Very, Harry said, and picked up his bag and walked on, and Neville fell into step beside him, and the corridor behind them had one less water balloon in it than it might otherwise have had, and small beginnings were still beginnings. McGonagall's office hours were on Fridays, and Harry arrived at exactly the appointed time to find the professor already at her desk with what appeared to be a stack of first-year essays that she was marking with a red quill whose ink managed to convey critical disappointment through its color alone. She pointed at the chair. He sat. For a moment she continued marking. Then she set the quill down, folded her hands, and looked at him with the expression she'd been building toward since his transfiguration question earlier in the week, direct, unsparing, and genuinely curious. Dumbledore spoke to me, she said. I expected he would. About the charter. About the rings. She paused. About your preparation. Harry waited. I've been teaching at this school for 31 years, McGonagall said. In that time I have met students of exceptional ability, students of unusual insight, and students of extraordinary potential. I do not say this to flatter you, I don't deal in flattery, but I need to establish that I am not easily impressed, so that when I tell you that you are unlike anything I have encountered, you understand that I mean this precisely. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me yet. I'm going to ask you things that I expect honest answers to. She looked at him steadily. The rings give you authority over this school that supersedes mine and supersedes the headmaster's. Is that your understanding? Over certain things. The school structure, its wards, its foundational policies. Not over individual lessons, not over faculty decisions about teaching, not over anything that isn't directly the castle's constitutional framework. That's a careful answer. It's the accurate one. And you intend to exercise this authority? Yes, Harry said, without any qualification, because there were no qualifications required. There are things wrong with how this school operates that could be fixed, and I have both the means and the obligation to fix them. But I don't intend to run Hogwarts. I intend to fix it. Those are different things. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. What is the difference? Running it means making daily decisions, managing its operation, being the administrative authority. I'm 11. That would be stupid. Fixing it means identifying the things that are wrong at the foundational level, the things that persist because no one with the right kind of authority cared enough to change them, and changing them. He met her gaze. I need faculty working with me, not around me. I'm telling you first because you're the most competent person on this staff and you run Gryffindor House, which means we're going to be in close contact whether we plan to or not. McGonagall's expression at most competent person on this staff was briefly, privately, very satisfied. Then professional again. What do you need from me, she said. Your honest opinion, Harry said. Not deference, I can get deference from anyone. I need someone who'll tell me when I'm wrong. That, McGonagall said, with a dry precision that Harry liked enormously, I can absolutely provide. Good. Harry reached into his bag, pulled out a folded sheet of parchment covered in his cramped notes, and laid it on her desk. This is my preliminary list of Hogwarts structural issues, prioritized by severity and tractability. I'd like your annotation, what you agree with, what you'd reorder, what I've missed. McGonagall unfolded the parchment, looked at it, looked at Harry, looked back at the parchment. You wrote this yourself, she said. Over the past 3 days. She read. Her quill moved without her seeming to notice it, making small marks. After several minutes she said, without looking up, you've left out the hospital wing's chronic underfunding. I wasn't sure if that was structural or budgetary. Both. She marked it in. And the defense against the dark arts position, you've listed high staff turnover, but the underlying issue is that the position has been cursed since 1965 and nobody has formally acknowledged this, which is both a resource problem and an honesty problem. She looked up. Do you know about the curse? I have a theory about its origin, Harry said carefully. But I'd want to confirm it before acting. McGonagall studied him for another long moment. Then she said something that Harry suspected she would not have said at the start of the week, or possibly at the start of the conversation, or possibly to anyone in the 31 years she'd been at this school, Harry. Be careful. Not of the work is right, and I will help you with it. Of Dumbledore. She said it with neither malice nor disloyalty, with the precision of someone offering information out of genuine care. He loves this school. He loves it the way some people love things, by becoming convinced that his idea of it is the only idea that matters. He will work with you until the moment he decides he knows better. And he has decades of practice at making that moment feel like something other than what it is. Harry looked at her. You're telling me this now, he said. I'm telling you this because you gave me your list, she said, simply. You asked for honesty. There it is. Harry nodded. He stood, picked up his bag. Professor, he said. For what it's worth, I think you understand this school better than anyone in it. I'm glad we had this conversation. McGonagall looked at him for a moment with an expression he couldn't fully decode, except that it was warm in a way she generally kept tucked away. Off you go, Mr. Potter, she said. You have the weekend. I suggest you sleep, eat, and spend some time not solving institutional problems. I'll try, Harry said. He went back to Gryffindor Tower and found Hermione sitting cross-legged in the best chair by the fire with 3 books open simultaneously and Neville on the hearthrug beside her making notes on a diagram of a venomous tentacular root system that was quite accurate. He sat on the floor next to Neville and opened his notebook, and the common room was warm and full of noise, and the fire was bright and the rings were warm on his fingers, and Hogwarts settled around him like a building that had been waiting a very long time to be exactly this at home. Chapter 3, The Sovereign's First Decree. The thing about Hogwarts that Harry hadn't fully accounted for was how quickly word traveled. Not the facts traveled slowly, filtered through interpretation and embellishment until they barely resembled their origins. But the feeling of something traveled fast, the sense that Harry Potter was different, that his presence meant something the school hadn't felt before, that looking at him for too long created a specific kind of uncertainty, like standing near the edge of something vast and only half visible. By the end of the first week, every student in the school knew who he was in a way that went beyond the boy-who-lived reputation, which Harry had mostly ignored and which had mostly ignored him back, because the scar was less interesting to most people than the 12 rings that caught the candlelight at dinner every evening. He heard the talk without trying to. Gryffindor Tower at night was a chamber where sound moved in unpredictable ways, conversations from the boys' dormitory drifting down the stairs in fragments. Said he told Peeves to stop, and Peeves actually, rings are the founder rings, lavender, like from the charter, you'd know that if you'd read. Dumbledore met him in the library on Thursday. My brother's a 4th year and he saw them through the window. They were talking for ages, just looks at people like he already knows what they're going to say. Harry didn't find any of this particularly interesting, but Hermione did, in the systematic way she found most things interesting, as data. She kept a small running note in the back of her planner of what the school's general opinion of Harry was doing, not because she told him this, but because Harry noticed her noting things and eventually asked directly. "You're tracking the school's reaction to me," he said, on Saturday morning over breakfast. "I'm tracking the information environment," she said, without embarrassment. "What people believe affects what they do, which affects what you'll need to manage." "It seems useful." "It is." He thought about it. "What's the current reading?" 60% curious and cautious, she said promptly. 20% actively skeptical, mostly older students who think an 11-year-old with authority is either a hoax or a disaster. 15%, primarily Slytherin, waiting to see which way the power balance settles before committing. 5% actively hostile. "Who's hostile?" Hermione hesitated, which was unusual for her. "You should know that I'm not entirely sure my interpretation here is, Hermione. Draco Malfoy has been telling people in his house that the rings are either stolen or fraudulent," she said. "He's been quite specific about it. He says his father told him the Sovereign Charter was a historical artifact with no modern legal weight and that any claim to sovereign authority at Hogwarts by a first-year student is," she checked her note, "a performance of power to intimidate the uninformed." Harry ate a piece of toast. "His father told him that," he said. "Apparently quite recently. He received a letter Thursday morning and was considerably more pointed after that. Lucius Malfoy." Harry filed this with the care it deserved. Not Draco. Draco was 11 and parroting what he'd been handed, which was its own conversation for another time. Lucius was the more immediate variable. A man who'd been told that the Sovereign Charter had no modern legal weight, which meant either he genuinely believed it and was wrong, or he knew it had weight and was trying to preemptively shape the narrative. Either way, Lucius Malfoy knew the rings existed and had decided, within a week, to respond. That was fast. That was also, Harry thought, informative. "Thank you," he said. "What are you going to do?" "Currently. Finish breakfast." He poured himself more pumpkin juice. "Then go to the library. Then think about it." Hermione looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to push further. She decided not to, which Harry appreciated. She had good judgment about when questions were welcome and when they weren't, better than almost anyone he'd met. "I'm going to the library too," she said instead. "I know," he said. "You're always in the library Saturday mornings." She looked briefly pleased that he'd noticed. The confrontation Harry had been waiting for didn't come from Draco. It came from Marcus Flint. Flint was a second-year Slytherin, large for his age, with the particular confidence of someone who'd learned that size and volume could substitute for precision in most situations. He was also, as Harry understood from his first week of observation, someone whose cruelties were low stakes and habitual rather than motivated, a bully of opportunity rather than conviction, which was a meaningful distinction. It happened in the corridor outside the Charms classroom on Monday afternoon, in the 10 minutes between lunch and the first lesson. Harry was walking with Neville and Hermione. Flint was coming the other direction with two friends, and in the narrow corridor the geometry created a moment that Flint, clearly, decided was an opportunity. He stopped directly in Neville's path. "Watch it, Longbottom," he said, with the familiar tone of someone performing for an audience. Neville had stopped walking. His hands were full, a plant specimen from herbology, carefully wrapped, that he'd been planning to show Professor Sprout after class. "Move." I'm not in your way," Neville said, and Harry heard the very specific register of his voice, not afraid, but braced, the voice of someone running the familiar calculation of how much it would cost to respond versus not respond. "You're in the middle of the corridor," Flint said. "That's in my way." The two friends laughed with the timing of people who'd laughed at this particular cue before. Neville started to step sideways, the half-step of someone who's decided the cost of resistance is higher than the cost of yielding, who's made this calculation so many times it's become reflex. "Neville," Harry said. Neville stopped. Harry had moved in a way that was hard to describe precisely, not forward aggressively, not confrontationally. Just sideways, into the space between Neville and Flint, with the unhurried certainty of someone rearranging furniture. He stood there and looked at Flint. Not with anger. Not with any particular expression at all, actually, just looked, with the settled attention of someone who had all the time in the world. Flint looked back. The laugh from his friends had not repeated. The corridor had gone quiet in the specific way corridors go quiet when something has shifted that isn't entirely accounted for by the visible facts. "You're blocking the corridor," Flint said, redirecting at Harry. "We're both standing in it," Harry said. "That's neutral. I'm older than you. By 2 years. In a school. That's not a meaningful authority structure." Harry said it perfectly pleasantly, with the tone of someone clarifying a factual misunderstanding. "Neville is going to walk to Charms. You're going to walk wherever you were going. The corridor fits both activities." He paused. "Unless you want to have a different conversation." "What kind of different conversation?" Flint said, with the tone of someone trying to re-establish a footing that had been subtly removed from under him. "The kind where I explain, with some specificity, how discipline records work and what happens when patterns in those records get reviewed by a formal inquiry." Harry watched Flint process this. "I initiated such a review last week. It covers 5 years of records. Your name appears in those records. I won't tell you how many times, but I'll tell you it's not a small number." He let that sit for exactly the right length of time. "So. Corridor. I think we're done here." Flint stared at him. Then looked at the rings. Then back at his face. The two friends had taken a small, telling step back. Flint moved to the side of the corridor. His expression was the complicated mask of someone who'd been outplayed in a vocabulary he didn't have the words to respond to and wasn't sure what face to put over that. Harry walked past him. Neville fell into step beside him, plant specimen still carefully cradled. Hermione came on his other side with the posture of someone holding very still so as not to ruin something delicate. They walked the full length of the corridor before Neville said, very quietly, "The discipline review." "Real," Harry confirmed. "You mentioned it specifically." "Yes. So he knows that any further incidents will be reviewed against a pattern." Neville turned this over. That's not a threat. That's a structure." "Yes," Harry said. Neville was quiet for another moment. "That's better than a threat," he said, slowly, as if reaching this conclusion from first principles. "A threat only works if you're willing to carry it out and the person believes you. A structure works whether they believe it or not." Harry looked at him. "Exactly right." Neville looked down at his plant specimen, then back up. Something had settled in his face, not changed, but settled, like a picture that had been slightly crooked on a wall had been straightened. "I should be able to do that myself," he said. "Eventually." "You will," Harry said. "That's the point." Hermione pushed open the Charms classroom door. "That was also, for what it's worth," she said, without looking at either of them, "the most efficiently handled corridor interaction I have ever witnessed." "Thank you," Harry said. "I'm not sure it was a compliment," she said. "I'm still deciding." She walked in. Harry followed. Neville came last, and as he passed through the doorway he stood a half-inch taller than he had when he'd left the herbology greenhouse, which was not the plant specimen's doing. Charms was Professor Flitwick's domain, and Flitwick was a small, precise, gleeful man whose enthusiasm for his subject was the infectious kind that got into a room and stayed there. He had the particular quality of a teacher who genuinely couldn't understand why everyone didn't find this as wonderful as he did, and who'd spent decades cheerfully refusing to accept that some people simply didn't. The first practical lesson was Wingardium Leviosa, the foundational levitation charm, a standard first-year introduction because it was simple enough to achieve quickly and satisfying enough to make students feel competent, which Flitwick understood was the most important early lesson in magic, that it worked, and you could do it, and the feeling of that mattered. Harry performed it correctly on the first try and then spent the rest of the class time working through the underlying wand movement theory with Flitwick, who lit up like a torch when Harry asked why the swish and flick specifically, what the movement's relationship to the charm's directional logic was, and whether the movement could be modified for accuracy at greater range. The movement, Flitwick said, bouncing slightly on his stack of books, encodes intention as kinetic information. The wand reads direction from the motion, magnitude from the force, and specificity from the precision. A wider swish increases altitude but reduces accuracy. A flatter trajectory maintains accuracy but limits elevation. At range, excellent question, Mr. Potter, really excellent. At range the degradation in accuracy isn't in the movement, it's in the focus, which is a separate problem entirely. So the spell is limited by attention, not technique, Harry said. Precisely. Well, both, but attention first. All spell work at range is a focus problem before it's a mechanics problem. Flitwick made a note of something in his own margin. Where did you come across the range question? It's not in the first-year text. I was thinking about practical applications, Harry said. Flitwick looked at him with bright, assessing eyes over the rim of his papers. Then at the rings. Then back. Come see me after class on Thursday, Flitwick said. I have some materials I think would interest you. I'll be there, Harry said. Across the room, Hermione had also gotten her feather airborne on the first try and was now performing iterations of the charm with progressively smaller wand movements, pushing the precision limits, her feather hanging in the air with the stability of something nailed there. Ron Weasley across the table had his feather about 3 inches off the desk and was looking at it with the specific expression of a person who'd done something and was afraid moving would undo it. Don't look at it, Hermione said, without being asked. Look at where you want it to go. I know how levitation works, Ron said. Then act like it, she said, and Ron's expression went through the standard male 11-year-old phases of irritation, reconsideration, and grudging application, and the feather went up another foot. History of Magic was the opposite experience. Professor Binns was a ghost, an actual ghost, who had apparently died at his desk one day and continued teaching without noticing the transition, which said something specific about both his dedication and his limitations. He lectured in a monotone that had the quality of geological time, moving through the goblin rebellions of the 17th century with the same effective register he presumably applied to everything, total, undiscriminating, and vast. Harry didn't tune out. Tuning out was a habit he'd never developed, because a lesson in something was still a lesson, and Binns knew things about wizarding history that weren't in the standard texts, you just had to extract them from the sediment of the delivery. He listened and wrote and flagged things with small marks in the margin when they connected to something else. But he also watched his classmates, and what he watched was 20 students slowly discovering that resistance was futile and surrendering in different ways. Ron had his head on his arm inside 3 minutes. Seamus Finnegan was drawing something in the margins of his notes that appeared to be a dragon fighting a boat. Neville was writing, brows slightly furrowed, the specific expression of someone trying very hard to pay attention and finding it a physical effort. After class, Harry walked toward the grounds for their free period before dinner, and Neville fell into step beside him with the expression of someone who'd survived something. The Goblin Rebellions, Neville said, are apparently very important. They are, Harry said. Binns just makes them sound like they aren't. Is there a better source? Ranulph the Grey's primary account of the Bletton Uprising is more interesting. The actual tactical problem the goblins were solving was property rights under magical contract law, which Binns doesn't mention, but which is why Gringotts is structured the way it is. Neville stared at him. You know why Gringotts is structured the way it is? I've been to Gringotts, Harry said. I asked. You asked the goblins about their history. They seemed pleased to be asked. Most people don't, apparently. Neville was quiet for a moment. What's it like, he said, knowing things like that? Just, having them in your head to reach for. It was a genuine question, without envy, and Harry thought about it genuinely. It's not about knowing things, he said. It's about having followed enough threads that new information lands somewhere. You know what I mean, you know where a new plant fits because you understand the system it belongs to. Same thing. I hadn't thought of it that way, Neville said slowly. How did you learn to identify root systems by touch? Sprout mentioned you can do it. Neville blinked. She mentioned that? To me, yes. She said you identified a venomous tentacular root in last Thursday's practical without looking at it. It has a specific texture. The surface tension on magical plant roots relates to their toxicity. Toxic plants the cells are more resistant, more defended at the surface level. You can feel the difference once you know to look for it. Write that down, Harry said. What you just explained, that's an original observation. I don't think that's in any text. Neville stopped walking. It's not. Not that I've read. And I've read the botanical magical theory texts. Harry looked at him. That's worth writing down. Properly, not just notes. That's worth developing. Neville stood on the path between the castle and the grounds with the afternoon sun on his face and an expression that Harry recognized from the inside, the specific, slightly stunned quality of someone who's just been told that the thing they've been doing privately, the thing they'd assumed was just a personal habit rather than anything significant, is actually something. He didn't say anything. He just nodded, and pulled out his notebook, and wrote. On Wednesday, Harry made his first formal sovereign action. He'd thought carefully about how to do this. There was a version that involved formal declaration, a convening of staff, a legal document read aloud in the presence of witnesses. That version was, Harry thought, exactly wrong. It would make the action about the exercise of power rather than about what the power was being used for, and the story of an 11-year-old asserting dramatic formal authority over a school would overwhelm the substance of what he was actually changing. So instead he went to the administrative office, a set of rooms near the headmaster's tower that most students never had reason to visit, staffed by a portraits and parchment bureaucracy that managed the school's records with the unhurried precision of a system that had been doing this for centuries. The office was managed, on the living side, by a small, precise witch named Madame Leonora, who had the bearing of someone who'd been keeping the school's paperwork in order for 30 years and found anyone who disagreed with her filing system vaguely offensive. Harry introduced himself, sat down in the chair across from her desk, put both hands on the desk, 12 rings visible, and said, I'd like to make 3 administrative changes. I'll need them documented in the Foundation records, which require sovereign authorization. Madame Leonora looked at the rings. She looked at Harry. She pulled out a very old ledger, a quill, and an inkpot of an unusual deep blue color that Harry recognized as the Foundation record ink, permanent, warded, irreversible once dry. Name the changes, she said, with the professional neutrality of someone for whom magical authority was a procedural category rather than a personal matter. First, the classification squib, no magical capacity, in the student enrollment records is to be replaced with squib, non-wand magical classification, see supplemental record. The supplemental record should document the student's actual relationship to magic, which exists in all cases and simply varies in expression. I've prepared a framework. He laid a folded parchment on her desk. Second, the house point system is to be amended to require that any deduction of more than 5 points must be documented with specific infraction cited, which will integrate with the discipline review I initiated with the headmaster. Non-documented deductions of more than 5 points are voided and returned. He watched Madame Leonora's quill move. Third, Hogwarts Founding Charter, the public version, the one students and families can access, is to be updated to include a plain language summary of the Sovereign Charter's provisions. Currently the Charter is described in the glossary as historical document, see Appendix. The appendix is 12 pages of legal notation that doesn't explain what the Charter actually means. The plain language summary should be accessible in the library, the student welcome materials, and the governor's public file. Madame Leonora had been writing steadily. She paused at the third point. The governor's public file, she said. Yes. The Board of Governors will be informed of any changes to the public file. I know, Harry said. She looked at him with an expression that had something unexpected in it, not quite approval, because Madame Leonora did not appear to be someone who dealt in approval. More like the professional satisfaction of someone who'd been managing a system for a very long time and had occasionally wondered if anyone with the right authority would ever come in and fix the obvious things. "The Foundation Record Inc. requires your authority to activate," she said, pushing the ledger toward him. "Place your dominant hand on the relevant entry." Harry put his right hand on each entry in turn. The ink did something as it dried. It deepened, going from dark blue to a blue so deep it was almost black, and the entries settled into the page with the quality of things that had always been there. "Done," Madame Leonora said. She returned the ledger to its cabinet with the efficiency of someone who'd been waiting for this appointment to end. "Will there be more changes?" "Several," Harry said. "But not today." She nodded once, with the manner of someone making a professional note. "I'll have an appointment schedule prepared. Tuesdays are generally quietest." "Tuesdays work for me," Harry said. "Thank you, Madame Leonora." "Mr. Potter," she said, and there was something in the way she said it, not deferential, not the way most adults said it, loading it with expectation or history or the weight of a famous name. Just a name. Just him. He walked back through the corridors toward the great hall for lunch, and the castle around him was warm, and the Foundation Record ink was drying on 3 entries that would be there for as long as the school stood. Dumbledore found out within the hour. Harry had expected this. Dumbledore had been headmaster for decades and had the particular quality of someone who felt the school's administrative movements the way a spider feels its web. The man appeared at Harry's shoulder as he was serving himself soup in the great hall with the ease of someone joining a conversation rather than initiating one. "The Foundation records," Dumbledore said, sitting down across from him at the Gryffindor table, which was probably unprecedented and which caused the nearest 50 students to go very quiet. "You've made 3 entries. I told you I would. You mentioned the squib classification and the discipline records." Dumbledore's tone was mild but specific. "The charter summary in the governor's file is new. I added it this morning," Harry said. "I thought it was overdue. The board will want to discuss it." "I imagine they will," Harry said, and ate his soup. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression of someone recalibrating again. "Harry," he said carefully, "the Board of Governors is not a group that responds well to administrative transparency." Harry said. "Or to being informed that a provision they've apparently been relying on people not knowing about has been made public." He put his spoon down. "Professor, with respect, if the board objects to the plain language charter summary, that's important information about the board. I'd like to have it sooner rather than later." The table around them was very quiet. Hermione had her spoon halfway to her mouth. Neville was absolutely still. Even Ron had stopped eating, which was the most significant indicator of the table's temperature. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone looking at a chess position they'd underestimated. "You want to force their hand," he said quietly. "I want to see their hand," Harry corrected. "Forcing and revealing are different things. The charter summary is accurate, legal, and something every parent and student has the right to know. If revealing accurate legal information to the people it affects causes the board to act in a particular way, that tells me something about the board. I'd rather know. It may tell you something uncomfortable." "Comfortable information and useful information rarely overlap," Harry said. "I've found." Dumbledore was quiet for another moment. Then he said, with the thoughtful weight of someone genuinely learning something, "You're not reactive." "I've been expecting you to," he stopped. "React?" Harry said. "To what?" "To the scale of this. To the responsibility. To the fact that you are 11 years old and holding something that has been missing from this school for more than a millennium." He studied Harry's face. "Most children would be either overwhelmed or intoxicated. You're neither." "I've had 3 years to be both of those things privately," Harry said. "I worked through it." Dumbledore made a sound that was neither laughter nor sigh but held something of both. Then he stood, straightened his extraordinary robes, and looked down at Harry with an expression that was complex and warm and something else, something that had more weight than warmth. Something Harry had seen in other contexts and could name. Regret. The adult kind, the kind that knows exactly what it's for. "Good afternoon, Harry," he said. "Good afternoon, Professor." Dumbledore walked back to the staff table. The Gryffindor table exhaled collectively. "Was that?" Ron started. "Yes," Harry said, and picked his spoon back up. "Right," Ron said. "Only, Dumbledore doesn't just come and sit at the student tables." "He did today," Hermione said, in the tone she used for things she was filing for later analysis. Neville was looking at Harry with the expression Harry was coming to associate with him processing something. "The board," he said. "You mentioned them to me. Before this. You were expecting them to move." "Lucius Malfoy is on the Board of Governors," Harry said quietly, "for the four of them rather than the surrounding table. He found out about the rings within a week. He told Draco they had no legal weight." He looked at his soup. "A man in his position doesn't dismiss a power he believes is real. He dismisses it because he wants other people to believe it isn't, while he works out what to do about the fact that it is." Hermione set her spoon down. "How long until he does something?" "He's already doing something," Harry said. "The question is how fast, and through which channel." "The board or the ministry?" she said. He looked at her. "Both." She nodded, reached into her bag, and pulled out her planner. Open to a fresh page. Wrote Lucius Malfoy at the top. "Tell me everything you know about him," she said, with the focus of someone taking on a project. "I'll tell you what matters," Harry said. "He's not stupid. He's not reckless. He has money, political connections, and a worldview he's invested decades in defending. He'll move carefully and he'll move through legitimate structures wherever possible, because that's how people like him stay powerful. They use the rules of a system to protect themselves from challenges the system doesn't authorize. So we use the same rules better than he does," Hermione said. "We already have," Harry said, and nodded at her planner. "That's what today was." Ron looked between the two of them with the expression of someone watching a tennis match at speed. "I feel like I should be taking notes," he said. "You should," Hermione said, without looking up from hers. Ron pulled out his notebook and uncapped his quill, and for a moment he looked exactly like what he was, a smart boy who'd been told he wasn't bookish enough to take notes, discovering that the category didn't apply here. The letter arrived by Ministry Owl on Thursday. Harry was in Flitwick's office for their follow-up session on advanced charm theory when a large, official-looking owl with a wax seal on the leg arrived at the window with the bearing of something that expected its correspondence to cause concern. Harry opened the letter, read it, noted that it was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Office of Institutional Oversight, and that it requested confirmation of his identity and basis for claimed administrative modifications to Hogwarts school foundational records, including reference to a governance instrument not formally registered with the ministry. Flitwick, who had read it over Harry's shoulder without apology, made a sound like a small kettle just reaching boil. "The Sovereign Charter," he said, "predates the ministry by 700 years. "Yes," Harry said. "They're asking you to register a document that is itself the source of authority by which the ministry's relationship to Hogwarts is defined." Flitwick blinked rapidly, his small face bright with something between outrage and intellectual delight. "That's either an extraordinary oversight or an extraordinary piece of cheek." "Both, probably," Harry said. He turned the letter over, wrote 3 sentences on the back in his cramped handwriting, and reattached it to the owl's leg. A response. "What did you say?" "That the Sovereign Charter is a founding instrument predating the ministry's own charter by several centuries, that its authority over Hogwarts' internal administration is not subject to ministry registration any more than the ministry's own founding documents are subject to external registration, and that I'd be happy to meet with the department's senior counsel to discuss the matter in person if they wanted to establish clarity on the jurisdictional framework." He handed the owl a piece of toast from Flitwick's side table, which the owl regarded with dignified suspicion before accepting. "I was polite." Flitwick watched the owl depart. "You've been planning this," he said. Not this specific letter. The shape of this. The charter's existence becoming public was always going to create a response, Harry said. I wanted to see what shape it took. And the ministry moved faster than Lucius Malfoy. Which means either Malfoy contacted the ministry directly, or the ministry has its own interest in the charter that's independent of him. Harry looked at the window where the owl had departed. Either way, it's useful. Flitwick sat back in his chair and looked at Harry with an expression of concentrated professional appraisal. Mr. Potter, he said. How old are you again? 11. Yes, Flitwick said. I keep forgetting. He turned back to the desk. We were discussing charm modification theory. The problem of intention encoding in non-standard wand movements. Shall we? Please, Harry said. In the evening, something unexpected happened. Harry was coming back from the library alone, Hermione had stayed, Neville had gone to the greenhouse to check on something he was growing in the supervised section, Ron had gone to the common room for chess, walking through the fourth-floor corridor in the quiet of 9 o'clock, when he heard something from a classroom he was passing. Not a lesson, there were no lessons at 9. The door was slightly open and the sound was specific, not talking, not crying exactly, just the particular quality of sound someone makes when they've been alone for too long and have stopped managing their face. He stopped. The classroom was empty except for Draco Malfoy, who was sitting on a desk with a letter open in his hand and a set of photographs spread around him, and who looked up at the sound of the door opening with an expression that cycled through surprise, contempt, and then something much less managed. Harry looked at the photographs. They showed a woman, blonde, aristocratic, with Draco's sharp features in a softer arrangement, and they were the magical kind that moved, and in them the woman was simply standing in a garden, looking toward whoever held the camera, and smiling. Get out, Draco said, with the voice of someone who'd been crying and hadn't finished. Harry didn't get out. He also didn't come fully into the room, he stood in the doorway, which was a position that required no commitment from either of them. What do you want? Draco said, sharper. Nothing, Harry said. I was walking past. Then keep walking. Harry looked at the photographs. Your mother. Something in Draco's face did something complicated that he didn't have the composure to stop. What about it? Nothing. She looks kind. Harry paused. The letter from your father. I said get out, Potter. You did, Harry agreed, and stayed in the doorway. He wasn't being deliberately contrary, he was doing what his instincts told him, which was that leaving immediately was the wrong choice even if it was the comfortable one. I'm not going to tell anyone about this. I don't care what you do. Okay, Harry said simply. Silence. The photographs moved. The woman in them smiled at the garden. He wrote to tell me, Draco said, without apparent decision to speak, the way words come out when they've been held too long, that I need to be careful. That I should be watching you and finding out what you know and reporting back. He looked at the letter. He thinks I'm here to be useful. Harry said nothing. I'm 11, Draco said. Then caught himself. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Because you can't tell anyone else, Harry said, and this was simple observation rather than sympathy, though it contained both. Draco looked at him. In the low light of the empty classroom, without the performance he maintained in the corridors and the great hall, he looked very young. Not in a vulnerable way, in a way that was simply accurate. He was 11. He'd been told, clearly, who he was and what he was for, and he was in the first weeks of a school where the ground wasn't behaving the way it had been described. I haven't reported anything to him, Draco said. Yet. The yet was half defiance and half something else. What will you tell him? Harry said. I don't know. He folded the letter. What do you want from me, Potter? You don't treat me like an enemy. You don't treat me like an ally. What are you doing? Harry thought about it honestly. Waiting, he said. For what? To see who you actually are, rather than what you've been told you are. He pushed off the doorframe. We don't have to be anything to each other right now. You don't owe me loyalty and I don't owe you hostility. He glanced at the photographs, the woman smiling at the garden. She looks like she loves you. That's yours, whatever else your father's telling you. He walked away down the corridor. Behind him, Draco didn't call after him, which was its own kind of answer. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione was in the chair by the fire, asleep with a book on her chest, which she would furiously deny having done if told about it. Neville was on the hearthrug with Trevor and a very involved-looking arrangement of plant samples. Ron was at the chess table, apparently playing both sides, which said something interesting about him. Harry sat on the floor beside Neville, back against the couch. Long evening? Neville asked, without looking up. Varied, Harry said. Neville moved a plant sample to a different arrangement, considered it. Harry, he said. Why are you doing this? The records changes. The reviews. All of it. He looked up. I'm not questioning it. I just want to understand. Harry looked at the fire. The Founders built something, he said. Something specific, a place that was supposed to protect children. Not just keep them safe from obvious harm. Actually protect them. From bad teaching, from unfair structures, from the kind of thing that makes a person smaller than they should be. He paused. That's what the school was for. And it's been drifting from that for a long time, in small ways that accumulate. He looked at Neville. You came here braced for it not to work. Like you'd already decided it probably wouldn't. That's not your failure. That's the school's. Neville was quiet. I can fix it, Harry said. Not all at once. Not perfectly. But I can fix the things that made you walk in here expecting less than you deserve. He looked back at the fire. So that's what I'm doing. Trevor settled in Neville's hands with the resigned dignity of his kind. Neville sat very still for a long moment. Thank you, he said finally, very quietly. Don't thank me, Harry said. Just keep writing down your observations about root systems. That one about toxicity and surface tension is genuinely new, Neville. Don't let it sit in a notebook. Neville pulled his notebook toward him. In the chair above them, Hermione slept with her book on her chest, and the fire was steady and bright, and the castle was warm around all of them, and 3 Foundation record entries were dry and permanent in a ledger that would last as long as Hogwarts stood. Which, if Harry had anything to say about it, would be a very long time indeed. Chapter 4, What the Founders Left Behind. The passage revealed itself on a Thursday night in October. Harry had been walking the 7th floor corridor, not searching for anything, just doing what he'd taken to doing 2 or 3 evenings a week, moving through the castle with no particular destination, feeling the school's living awareness settle and shift around him the way weather shifts. He'd learned to read it over the past month, the way a sailor learns to read water, the difference between the castle's baseline attention and something more specific, a heightening of focus at certain points, like the building was trying to direct him somewhere. Tonight the direction was clear. A stretch of blank wall opposite a tapestry of trolls being taught ballet, which was both the strangest and most specific landmark Harry had encountered in a castle full of strange and specific things. He stood in front of the blank wall and felt the rings indicate, not quite warmth this time, more like pressure, like a hand on his shoulder with intent rather than affection. He thought very clearly, I need what the Founders left. The wall opened. Not with drama. Not with grinding stone or ancient mechanisms or torchlight blooming. The wall simply developed a door where it hadn't had one, old oak worn smooth with what felt like centuries of use, with a handle of dark iron and a grip shaped subtly like a hand. Harry wrapped his fingers around it and pushed. Inside was not a room in the conventional sense. It was a library within a library, but describing it as a library barely captured what it was, because a library implied organization, and this space had a different logic than organization. It was circular, about 40 feet across, with shelves that ran from floor to ceiling in every direction, and the ceiling was lost in darkness above, and the shelves didn't hold books exactly. Some were books, but others were objects, instruments, sealed vessels of preserved memory, rolled parchments in cases of spelled crystal, things whose purpose Harry had no immediate name for and intended to find out. In the center of the room were 4 chairs. They weren't thrones. The founders, whoever else they were, hadn't been people who thought in terms of thrones. They were good chairs, specific chairs, each one different, a broad, solid chair in dark red leather with armrests worn where hands had rested for decades. A straight-backed chair in pale oak, with a cushion that had once been embroidered and was now soft from use. A curved, graceful chair in amber-colored wood whose legs were carved with tiny patterns Harry recognized as arithmetic formulas. And the fourth, simple, dark, with a quality of deliberate austerity to it, as if it had been built by someone who considered comfort unnecessary and had then used it every day for years anyway and worn it into something that was comfortable despite itself. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment, just looking. Then he walked to the center of the room, sat in the Gryffindor chair, because of course that was what it was, the worn red leather and the solid armrests and the sense of something both generous and unyielding, and looked at the nearest shelf. The objects on that shelf were labeled. Small tags, handwritten in 4 different scripts, but with the vault's gift of understanding still active in him, Harry could read all 4. Correspondence between founders, year 9 of the school. He took the first sealed crystal case off the shelf and opened it. What the correspondence contained took him 3 evenings to fully work through. Not because the volume was large. There were perhaps 30 pieces of original correspondence in the crystal case, sealed by preservation spells that kept them intact, every word as clear as the day they'd been written. It was large in the other sense, the sense that certain information has weight and requires time to carry. The letters were arguments, mainly. The founders had been 4 people who disagreed about nearly everything except the central thing, and the central thing, that children deserved a safe and honest education. They'd agreed on so completely that it almost never needed stating. What needed stating was everything else, the curriculum, the house system, the question of who would govern after them, the question of Slytherin's departure, which was not the story Harry had been given in the history texts. Slytherin had not left over blood purity. The blood purity argument was real, and it was his, and it was wrong. Harry had no interest in rehabilitating the man's worst ideas. But the reason he'd left was different. He'd left because he believed the school needed a written, legally binding foundational charter that gave the institution authority independent of any individual headmaster, any external political body, any era's particular consensus about magic. He believed the school needed protection against the future, specifically against the wizarding government's inevitable attempt to bring the school under political control. The other 3 founders had agreed with him. The charter had been their solution, built together, the rings its mechanism. What Slytherin had wanted additionally, and what had caused the rupture, was a provision prohibiting the Ministry of Magic from appointing any governor or having any formal oversight role in the school's administration. He'd been more afraid of concentrated political power than any of the others. He'd been, Harry read between the lines of Rowena Ravenclaw's sharp, precise letters, probably right about the specific danger he was afraid of. He'd been wrong about the solution, which would have isolated the school in a way that solved one problem by creating 12 others. They'd fought about it for 2 years. He'd left. The charter had been completed without his full seal, which was why the sovereign needed all 12 rings, 4 from each founder, representing the full agreement across the breach. Harry sat with this for a long time. The story he'd been given, the story everyone had been given, was simpler and darker and served a different purpose than the truth. The simplified version, Slytherin bad, blood purity, departure in disgrace, made a useful shorthand for a particular moral lesson while burying the part of the story that was harder and more important, that the school's founding argument had been about power, and specifically about protecting the institution from powerful people who would inevitably try to use it for their own ends. Which was, Harry thought, exactly what was happening now. And exactly what the charter was for. He wrote for an hour in his notebook and then sat back in the Gryffindor chair and looked at the ceiling, which was lost in its own particular darkness. "You were right about most of it," he said aloud, to the room, to no one specific. Even the part that was wrong came from the right fear. The room didn't answer. The objects on the shelves sat in their cases. The 4 chairs were empty of anyone but him. "I'm going to use it correctly," Harry said. "That's all I can promise." He stood, put the correspondence back in its case, and went back to his dormitory where Neville was asleep over a plant diagram and the ring stayed warm on his fingers all the way down the corridor. He brought Hermione to the room on Saturday. Not because he couldn't have kept it to himself, he could, easily, but because the room held the kind of information that deserved more than one reader, and because Hermione's particular intelligence operated on materials the way fire operates on good wood, fully, and with results that changed the shape of things. She stood in the doorway for about 10 seconds without saying anything, which was a longer silence than Harry had ever seen from her. "It's keyed to the rings," she said finally. "And to intent. You have to mean to see what they left, not just to find a room." She walked in slowly, head turning as she scanned the shelves with the specific focus of someone whose reading brain had just been activated like a bank of lights. "How much have you read?" "The Founders' Correspondence." And a third of the shelf to the right of the entrance, which appears to be Rowena Ravenclaw's personal research notes on ward theory. He paused. She was about 40 years ahead of where standard texts put the history of ward development. Hermione turned to look at him. How far ahead? Some of what she was working on in this room isn't in the published curriculum at all. Not simplified, absent. Not, we teach the basics and save the complex parts for later. Just not there. Why would, she stopped. Recalibrated. Someone removed it. Or several someones over several centuries made decisions about what students needed to know and each one removed a little more, and the removals accumulated. Harry looked at the shelf. Ravenclaw's ward theory connects directly to how the castle's defensive enchantments work. Understanding it would let any student who read it understand how Hogwarts protects itself, and what its limits are. And a student who understands the limits of the castle's defenses could also understand how to circumvent them, Hermione said. Possibly. But the more important thing is that a student who understands the castle's defenses could improve them. And a population of students who grew up understanding how defensive magic actually works at this level would be substantially better equipped to deal with dark magic than a population who were taught basic shield charms and told the castle handles the rest. Harry looked at her. The curriculum decisions that reduced this school's reach weren't all malicious. Some of them were genuine caution. But the effect is the same. Hermione stood very still in the middle of the room, surrounded by 1,000 years of material that hadn't been in any text she'd been able to find. Harry watched her make the decision, he could see it, the exact moment she committed, and then she pulled her notebook out and walked toward the nearest shelf. They worked in the room for 4 hours. Hermione read with a speed that was almost alarming, not skimming but processing at a rate Harry found genuinely impressive, stopping periodically to write densely and then moving on. Harry went further into the room toward the back, where the materials were older and stranger, and found a section that took his breath away slightly in the way that very few things did, for sealed vessels, labeled in all 4 scripts simultaneously. Memory of the Founding. Complete record. For the Sovereign, when ready. He stood in front of them for a long time without touching them. He wasn't sure he was ready, not in the vault sense of readiness, not capability, but in the more specific sense of being in the right state to receive something that was described as complete. There was a version of ready that meant prepared and a version that meant present, and Harry had always been better at the first than the second. He left the vessels where they were and made a note to come back. The information about Dumbledore came from Ravenclaw's administrative records rather than the correspondence, which made it worse in a particular way, not gossip, not allegation, but procedure. The dry language of someone documenting decisions made, and why. The Ravenclaw material wasn't written by Rowena herself. It was written by a series of record keepers, archivists who had maintained the room's materials across centuries with the patient accuracy of a tradition that understood its purpose. The section Harry found was labeled Sovereign Bloodline Records and dated to approximately 300 years after the founding. The Peverills. Then a gap. Then the Potters, documented with quiet precision across multiple generations, each one noted as carrying the bloodline convergence, the genetic inheritance of all 4 founder lines in a single person, a statistical miracle that had apparently been tracked and noted by the room's archivists without anyone ever managing to tell the people involved. Harry's parents were in the record. James and Lily Potter, both separately carrying partial convergences, their marriage noted with an annotation that was, in its archival dryness, almost gentle, convergence complete. Union produces sovereign potential. He was in the record. His birth. His name. And then a separate entry, later, in a different hand, recent, the ink not yet fully settled into the aged quality of the rest, a summary of protections placed on Harry Potter, the reasons for them, the blood wards, the Dursleys, the decision that the boy should not know about his status until Dumbledore judged him ready. The handwriting was not Dumbledore's. It was a ministry record, copied into this space at some point, and it cited Dumbledore's authorization. Harry sat with this one considerably longer than the Founder's correspondence. He wasn't angry, or rather, anger was present but it wasn't the primary thing, wasn't the thing that wanted his attention the most. What wanted his attention was the more specific quality of understanding something completely, Dumbledore had known. Not about the vault, Harry believed that was genuine surprise, but about the bloodline. About what Harry was, what he could become, what the rings would do if they found him. He'd known and he'd decided. The boy should grow up not knowing, should be placed with Muggles for blood protection, should come to Hogwarts as a normal student, guided gently toward the role Dumbledore had decided he was for, which was defeating Voldemort in the way and time Dumbledore had mapped. The rings had made a different decision. The vault had made a different decision. Harry himself, at 8 years old in a Surrey library basement, had made a different decision, without knowing that's what he was doing. He wrote in his notebook for a long time. He wrote the facts first, as precisely as he could, then the implications, then the questions that remained open, then, and this part he worked on carefully, because it mattered to get right, what he intended to do with it. When Hermione appeared at his shoulder an hour later, reading in that uninvited way she had, he let her finish before speaking. "This is what I know," he said. "He had access to this information and he chose to keep it from me. The decision was made with genuine belief that it was the right one. That doesn't make it the right one." He looked at her. "I'm not going to confront him with it the way someone would if they were primarily angry. I'm going to use it the way you use any new information, to update my understanding and adjust accordingly." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "He was managing you," she said carefully. "Even before you arrived. He had a plan for who you were supposed to be." "Yes. And the plan didn't include you finding the vault at 8 and spending 3 years becoming this." She gestured vaguely at Harry, which managed to encompass something broader than his physical presence. "No," Harry said. "I imagine the plan involved a much more surprisable first year." "Are you?" She stopped. Chose her words carefully. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry said, and meant it, which seemed to both reassure and slightly unsettle her, as if she'd prepared for a different answer. "What are you going to do?" she said. "Talk to him," Harry said. "Not today. I want to finish reading first. There's more here." He looked at the shelf. "And I want to understand the whole picture before I decide which part of it to show him I have." Hermione sat down on the floor beside him with her notebook. "Then let's keep reading," she said. The conversation with Dumbledore happened on a Wednesday evening, in the headmaster's office, which Harry had never been invited to but went to anyway, knocking at the gargoyle's base with the particular knock that the castle told him would work, and finding the staircase already moving. The office was everything its reputation suggested and more, circular, with shelves of strange instruments that each told Harry something about the mind that had assembled them, a curiosity about magic that was genuine and deep and the best version of the man, a mind that had spent a century turning the world's oddities over in its hands. Fawkes the Phoenix was on his perch, and when Harry walked in, the bird looked at him with the ancient, warm intelligence of something old enough to have seen most human situations before, turned its head, and made a single lone note that was neither welcoming nor warning but something in between, like the sound a story makes when it becomes interesting. Dumbledore was standing at his desk with an expression that told Harry the man had been expecting this visit for at least a week. "Harry," he said. "Sit down." "Thank you," Harry said, and sat. He put both hands on his knees, 12 rings present. He didn't preface, didn't build toward it. "I found the Founders' Archive. The room on the 7th floor. I've been reading the Sovereign Bloodline records, which include a ministry memorandum, dated 9 years ago, citing your authorization of the protection measures placed on me, and including a summary of the bloodline convergence data that the ministry's unspeakables had compiled." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "You knew what I was before I was born." Dumbledore sat down slowly. He was quiet for a moment, not calculating, or not primarily. The expression on his face was the one Harry had seen briefly in the library and again at the Gryffindor table, the one that lived under all the warmth and gravity, the specific kind of regret that knows itself precisely. "Yes," he said. "You decided I shouldn't know." "I decided you should be protected first," Dumbledore said. "And that the knowledge would be," he paused. "I was afraid of what a child who knew this would become. Power known too early, in my experience, becomes corruption," Harry said. "Yes. I understand the theory." He looked at the headmaster steadily. "What I want to know is whether you still believe it applies here." Dumbledore looked at him, looked, in the way that wasn't assessing, wasn't calculating, was simply looking. At the boy in front of him, at what 3 years of solitary preparation had built, at what the rings had found and confirmed. "No," he said quietly. "I no longer believe it applies here." "Then we can move forward," Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. Whatever he'd prepared himself for, it wasn't that. "You're not angry?" Harry said. "I am, a little. But anger about something that can't be changed is just weather. You made a decision with the information you had and the beliefs you held. Some of it was wrong. Some of it, the blood wards, the protection, some of it kept me alive, so I'm not going to pretend the entire framework was without value." He paused. "But I need you to stop making decisions about me without telling me you're making them. That's the condition." "The condition," Dumbledore repeated. "For working together. Which I think we should. You understand this world's political structures better than I do. You have relationships, history, context. I have the authority to protect this school and the preparation to use it. We're more useful as allies than we are as two separate forces operating on different assumptions." Harry looked at him. "But I'm not a piece in a strategy you're running. I don't work that way." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes made another lone note from his perch, and this time it had a different quality, something that might have been, in Phoenix terms, satisfaction. "The Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said. "In the vault on the 3rd floor." "Yes. You know." "I know it's there and I know why. I know what else is in the building with it." Harry kept his voice even. "I haven't moved it because I wanted to understand your strategy before disrupting it. I'm telling you now that I know, so we can agree on an approach." Dumbledore looked like a man watching an equation solve itself in a direction he hadn't anticipated. "Quirrell," he said. "Something is using Quirrell," Harry said. "Something that looked at me in the Great Hall and looked away very quickly. Something that finds the rings uncomfortable." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I have a theory about what it is." "I think you have the same theory." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I have the same theory." "Then we agree on the nature of the threat," Harry said. "What I want to know is your plan for the stone, and then I'll tell you mine, and we'll find the version that doesn't put students at risk." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment across the desk, across the decades between them, across the distance between what he'd expected this conversation to be and what it actually was. "I had planned," Dumbledore said slowly, "for the stone's protections to deter anyone who attempted to reach it, while I attended to matters in London and remained available if needed. The protections are defeatable by a sufficiently motivated adult wizard, Harry said. Or by someone operating under possession who doesn't feel pain the way a normal person does. He looked at Dumbledore. That plan relies on a deterrent that has at least one known bypass. Yes. A pause with weight in it. I was also, Dumbledore stopped. Started again. I was also hoping that if someone made the attempt, it might provide evidence. Confirmation of something I believe but cannot prove. He looked at his desk. That was a secondary motivation I should perhaps have examined more critically. You were hoping to catch him, Harry said. Using the stone as bait. Dumbledore didn't deny it. And the students in the building while this was happening, Harry said, and his voice was still even but there was something in it now, something specific. Were they also bait? The silence that followed was the kind that tells you more than the answer to the question would have. No, Dumbledore said. They were never intended to be at risk. Good intentions, Harry said. And yet. Yes, Dumbledore said. And yet. Harry stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the grounds, the lake in the October dark, the sky clear and full of stars, the shadows of trees. When he turned back his expression had the quality it had in the library when he was working through something difficult, not cold, just precise. I'm going to move the stone, he said. Before the end of term. To somewhere that is under sovereign protection, which means it is protected by the castle's own fundamental wards, specifically the wards that the ministry and the board cannot access, cannot compel me to reveal, and which Quirrell's passenger cannot find by any means available to him. He looked at Dumbledore. Nicholas Flamel should be consulted. It's his stone, and his decision about its future should be informed by the risk it's currently generating. That is, Dumbledore said, precisely correct. Will you write to Flamel? Tonight, Dumbledore said. Thank you. Harry moved toward the door. Stopped. Professor. Harry. The bloodline record in the archive. The ministry memorandum. He looked back at Dumbledore with the directness that was simply how he looked at everyone, without softening or sharpening. I don't need an apology. I just need you to understand what it tells me, not about you specifically, but about how power works when it's certain it's right. He paused. You're one of the best examples of both what power can do when it's good, and what it does when it stops checking itself. Both are useful to me. Fawkes let out a note that filled the room briefly and then faded, and in the silence after it, Dumbledore sat very still with the expression of a man encountering something he couldn't quite account for. Good night, Professor, Harry said. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had a quality it hadn't had at the start of the conversation, something dented, slightly, in a way that was closer to honesty than what had been there before. The second visit to the archive was the night after, alone. Harry went directly to the back of the room where the 4 sealed vessels waited on their shelf. He stood in front of them for a moment, just breathing. Then he said, as clearly as he could, I'm ready. He opened the first vessel. What came out was not precisely a vision, not a memory in the conventional sense, not a scene or a sequence of events. It was closer to understanding, the way you sometimes understand a piece of music not by analyzing it but by simply listening until it makes sense in your body rather than your head. The founders poured into him all at once, not as separate voices but as a convergence, for distinct intelligences braided together into a single act of transmission. He understood what the school had been intended to be, at a level that went past history and charter and records. He felt the intention behind it, not abstractly, but specifically, the way a physical thing feels specific, the warmth of Hufflepuff's founding generosity, which was not soft but structural, built into the school the way load-bearing walls are built, invisibly necessary. Ravenclaw's intellectual love that was also a form of justice, the conviction that understanding was a right, not a privilege. Gryffindor's courage as an architectural principle rather than a personal virtue, the idea that the school should be a place from which bravery was possible because it was safe enough, that you couldn't ask for courage in an environment that provided no security. And Slytherin's fear, not malicious, not dark, but the specific, clear-eyed fear of someone who understood how institutions were corrupted from outside and had designed a legal safeguard against it in the only way he knew how. The complete record included the specific enchantments. Not their mechanics, the mechanics were on the shelves around him, but their meaning. What each ward was for, what it protected against, what it would never protect against because it wasn't designed to. The castle's limits were not failures, they were honest, built-in acknowledgments that a school could provide certain things and should not pretend to provide others. Harry sat in the Gryffindor chair for a long time after the vessels had emptied themselves. When he stood, he felt different. Not more powerful, he'd have noticed that as a physical change, and it wasn't. More complete. The way a map feels different once you've added the missing sections, not bigger, just finally the right shape. He walked to the correspondence shelf, opened the oldest crystal case, and found what he'd been looking for, a letter from Salazar Slytherin, late in the founding period, after the breach but before the departure, written to the other three. "I have built a chamber," it said, in his angular, precise script. "Below the school. You will know of it because I am telling you, and because the sovereign should know of it regardless of whether I wish them to. The chamber contains a basilisk, which I created and which will outlive me and all of you. The chamber was built from fear. I understand this. What I built from fear, the sovereign can unmake from clarity. The Parseltongue entrance is in the second-floor girls' bathroom, in the sinks, where the snake carved on the faucet will hear its language. I tell you this because the chamber was a mistake that will outlive my regret for it, and because every mistake deserves a clear record." Harry sat back down in the Gryffindor chair. A basilisk. Below the school. Slytherin had built it from fear and known it was a mistake and left a record of it for the sovereign. He sat with this for the time it deserved. The basilisk was not a current threat, it had been sleeping below the school for more than 1,000 years. But it would become one, the letter implied, if someone found the chamber who could speak to it without understanding what it was, who could use it without the anchor of the clear record Slytherin had left. Tom Riddle, Harry thought. He found it. He spoke to it. Not yet, years ago, when Riddle had been a student. Harry had read enough in the vault to understand that the current fragment of Voldemort was old news, was the residue of something that had already happened rather than a new event. The chamber had already been opened once. The basilisk had already been used. He wrote in his notebook, Chamber of Secrets. Already known. Already opened. Need to address before it becomes current problem rather than historical one. He thought about Slytherin's letter, the particular quality of its honesty. A man who'd built something from fear, admitting it, documenting it, leaving the correction to someone else because he understood he was no longer the right person to make it. Not noble, exactly. But honest. Harry folded the letter carefully back into its case. "I'll deal with it," he said, to the room, to the records, to the angular ghost of a man who'd been more complicated than the story told about him and had known it. He told Hermione about the archive's deeper material the next morning over breakfast. Not everything, not Slytherin's letter, not yet, but the bloodline records, the founding records, the Ravenclaw ward research, the structure of what the school had been intended to be. She listened without interrupting, which cost her something he could see in the way her hands moved over her notebook. When he finished she said, "The curriculum gaps. The missing ward theory. The simplified history. Someone has been, over centuries, curating what students know about this school. Yes. Is there a way to determine who, and when? The archive's records track changes to the standard curriculum going back to the founding. It would take time to map." "I'll map it," she said immediately. "Hermione, I know," she said. "It's a large project. I'm fast." She paused. "Also, I want to. This isn't me being useful, this is me being personally furious about the Ravenclaw ward research being missing from a curriculum that students at this school deserve access to, and I find channeling personal fury into systematic investigation very satisfying." Harry looked at her. "Have you considered teaching?" he said. She looked up, slightly surprised. "I'm 11. Later." She considered this with the seriousness it probably didn't require. "Possibly," she said. "If I could design the curriculum myself." "You might be able to," Harry said. Neville arrived at this point with Trevor and a diagram of something that looked like a modified growing environment, which he set down beside his breakfast with the air of someone who'd been up since 6 working on it. "I wrote up the root surface tension observation," he said, to Harry. "The full version, with the testing methodology and the 3 cases I used for comparison. He looked at it. "It's actually quite good, I think." "Let me read it," Harry said. Neville handed it across. Harry read. Hermione leaned over and read simultaneously without being invited to, because that was simply what Hermione did with paper. "This is publishable," Hermione said, at the same time Harry said, "This is original work." Neville looked between them. "It's a first-year's observation about plant roots. It's a first-year's identification of a previously undocumented correlation between magical toxicity and cell surface magical resistance in magical flora," Harry said, which was what the observation actually was when described precisely. "The journal Magical Plant Research publishes first-time submissions from students as long as the methodology is sound." He handed the paper back to Neville. "The methodology is sound. Clean up the language in the second paragraph and submit it." Neville held the paper. He was very still. "I've never," he started. "No one's asked you to before," Harry said. "I'm asking now." Neville looked at the diagram in his hands with an expression that was the specific mixture of exhilaration and terror that Harry recognized from the inside. "All right," he said. Quietly, then more firmly, "All right, yes." Ron arrived at the table at this point with the controlled chaos of someone who'd overslept but made peace with it, and sat down and began eating and looked between the 3 of them. "What did I miss?" "Neville submitting a paper to a research journal," Hermione said. "Brilliant," Ron said, without missing a beat, without condescension, with the uncomplicated warmth of someone who found their friend's successes genuinely pleasing. "Is there sausage?" Neville laughed, and the laugh was real, and Harry thought, this is what the school was supposed to produce. Not just knowledge, not just capability. This. People who could sit around a breakfast table and have the kind of morning where a first-year submits a research paper and someone asks about sausage and both things are equally valid and human. He looked at the rings on his fingers. He thought about 1100 years of drift, and the specific patient work of correcting it, and how long it would take, and how it would never be done in one lifetime, but how that was fine because the point wasn't to finish it. The point was to start. Outside the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling, October was doing what October did, going brilliant and cold, the sky that particular shade of blue that only existed in autumn, the kind that looked painted. Harry ate his breakfast and made his notes and felt the castle warm around him like a building that knew, finally, that what was supposed to happen was happening. He had a lot of work to do. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 5, The Board Moves. The letter arrived on a Monday in November, carried by 6 owls simultaneously. Harry was in the middle of transfiguration when he felt it, not the letters themselves, but the castle's response to them, a subtle sharpening of attention in the stones around him, the way a body tenses when something enters its space uninvited. He finished the practical exercise McGonagall had set, turning a beetle into a coat button, which he'd done in 30 seconds and spent the remaining time refining for consistency, and waited. The owls found him at lunch. 6 of them, landing in a line along the Gryffindor table with the coordinated precision of something choreographed, each carrying an identical sealed envelope in Hogwarts board blue with the governor's seal in gold wax. The hall went quiet in the ripple outward way it did when something happened at the Gryffindor table that was clearly significant. Harry opened one. The others he left. The letter was formal, dense, and had clearly been written by someone who understood legal language well enough to deploy it as a weapon. It was from the Board of Governors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it requested, the word requested doing significant work, carrying the weight of a demand dressed in courtesy, that Harry James Potter present himself before a formal sitting of the full board at the Ministry of Magic, Hearing Room C, on the 14th of November, to address matters pertaining to unauthorized modifications to Hogwarts foundational records, the unilateral publication of restricted governance documentation, and the claim of sovereign authority over a ministry-affiliated educational institution by a minor. At the bottom, in handwriting that was not the letter's formal script but a personal addition, "I look forward to meeting you, Mr. Potter. L. Malfoy, Chair, Board of Governors." Harry set the letter down, picked up his fork, and ate. Around him the table had gone very still, waiting. "Well?" Ron said, unable to stand it. "The board wants a formal hearing," Harry said. 14th of November. Ministry. "Can they do that?" Neville asked. "Make you go to the ministry?" "They can request it. I have no legal obligation to comply." Harry turned the letter over, looked at the seal again. "But I'll go." "Why?" Hermione said, and her tone wasn't questioning his judgment, it was asking for the reasoning, which was different. "Because refusing gives them a procedural argument," Harry said. "If I decline a formal hearing on the grounds that I don't recognize their authority, they file with the ministry that I'm non-compliant and obstructive. The story becomes about an 11-year-old refusing oversight rather than about the charter's actual legal weight." He looked at the letter. "I go. I answer their questions. I demonstrate that I understand the framework better than they do. And then I walk out with every point still standing." Hermione was already writing. "I need to understand the board's composition," Harry said. "All 12 members, their backgrounds, their specific interests, and any documented position they've taken on the school's governance before today." "I'll have it by tomorrow morning," Hermione said. "And the ministry's jurisdictional relationship to the charter," Harry said. "The specific legal texts. Not the summary, the original language of both the charter and the ministry's founding documents, and the points where they reference each other." "That's in the archive," she said. "Give me 3 days." "You have 2, Harry said. She wrote faster, which was answer enough. McGonagall found him in the corridor after dinner. She'd clearly been waiting. She was standing in a spot that happened to be exactly between the Great Hall and Gryffindor Tower with the expression of someone who'd positioned themselves there with intent rather than coincidence. "The board summons," she said, without preamble. "You received a copy," Harry said. It wasn't a question. The headmaster and all head of house received notification. She fell into step beside him, and there was something specific in her choosing to walk alongside him rather than stopping him, the way you choose walking conversation over standing conversation when the topic is serious but the relationship is already established. "Lucius Malfoy has been building toward this since your second week. He contacted 3 board members before the end of September." "I know," Harry said. "What you may not know," McGonagall said, and her voice had the quality she used when delivering information she'd assessed and decided was actionable, "is that 2 of the board members he's contacted have legitimate grievances about the charter summary. Not because they object to transparency, because the summary, as published, creates a legal ambiguity about the board's authority that Madame Leonora may not have fully anticipated when she filed it." Harry looked at her. "What ambiguity?" "The summary accurately describes the sovereign's authority as superseding the board in matters of foundational governance. What it doesn't clarify is where foundational governance ends and day-to-day administration begins. 2 of the board members, not Malfoy's allies, genuinely independent members, have interpreted the summary as potentially removing the board's oversight role entirely." She paused. "If you walk into that room and they believe you intend to dissolve their authority, you'll face unified opposition rather than a divided room." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Who are the 2 independent members?" "Augusta Longbottom. And Griselda Marchbanks, who is also the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority." He stopped walking. "Neville's grandmother. On the Board of Governors. Who had expected her grandson to go to Hufflepuff and apparently had opinions about educational governance." Harry ran this connection quickly through what he knew about Neville, about the particular quality of expectation Neville had arrived at Hogwarts carrying, and filed what it implied. "Thank you," Harry said. "This is exactly what I needed." "I know," McGonagall said, with dry precision. "That's why I told you." She stopped at the corridor junction. "One more thing. Dumbledore will offer to accompany you." "I know that too. Will you accept?" Harry thought about it properly, not reflexively, not based on the conversation in the headmaster's office, but on the specific question of what Dumbledore's presence at the hearing would mean for every moving part. "Yes," he said. "Not as my representative. As a witness to the castle's history. There's a difference." McGonagall looked at him with the expression she'd been building since the first week, the layered one, professional composure over genuine warmth over something she clearly didn't have a category for yet. "Good luck, Mr. Potter," she said. "Though I suspect you won't need it." "I'll need something," Harry said. "I'll let you know what it turns out to be." The 2 weeks before the 14th were the most intensely productive of Harry's life, which was notable given the preceding 3 years. Hermione's research was, by any standard, extraordinary. She produced a 40-page analysis of the Charter's legal standing relative to the Ministry's founding documents, with citations, cross-references, and a clear timeline of every instance where the Ministry had attempted to legislate Hogwarts governance and the specific legal mechanism it had used each time. Harry read it twice and made 17 additions from the archive's materials, and the resulting document was something that any competent magical legal scholar would have been proud of, produced by 2 first-year students in 11 days. "This is actually watertight," Harry said, on the evening before the hearing, sitting on the floor of the Founders' Archive with parchment spread around him. "I know," Hermione said, with her chin on her hand, cross-legged on the Hufflepuff chair which she'd apparently decided was hers by right of consistent occupation. "The 1752 Educational Governance Act is the weakest point. The Ministry tried to argue then that all magical schools operating within Britain fell under Ministry oversight for purposes of curriculum and safety standards. The response from Headmistress Fortescue at the time is in Hogwarts public record, and she made exactly the right argument. The Charter predates the Ministry's own founding, and a later institution cannot retroactively claim oversight authority over an earlier one without explicit consent." The Ministry backed down. "Marchbanks will know that case," Harry said. "I was going to ask you about that." Hermione looked up. "Augusta Longbottom is also coming to the hearing." "I checked the notification list." Harry set his parchment down. "As a board member or as Neville's grandmother?" "Both, I assume. The two things aren't separable for her." Hermione paused. "Harry. Have you thought about the fact that that his family's position here is complicated? His grandmother has influence that works against what you're trying to do in some ways, and his family's expectations of him, I know," Harry said. "I've thought about it. He doesn't know his grandmother is on the board." "I'm aware." Hermione looked at him steadily. "When are you going to tell him?" Harry looked at the parchment in front of him, at the careful legal architecture they'd built over 11 days, at the space around them where 1,000 years of careful record-keeping had been waiting for someone to read it. "After the hearing," he said. "In the right context. Not as information dumped on him before I leave for London." Hermione nodded once. This was the thing about her that Harry valued above most else, she knew when to push and when to file. She filed it. Neville himself appeared in the archive for the first time that evening. Harry had told him about it 2 weeks ago with the intention of bringing him in when the moment was right, and the moment was now, the evening before Harry left for London, when the work was done and what remained was simply being in the space. He stood in the doorway for slightly longer than Hermione had. "It's real," he said, which was not quite what Harry expected. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Something less." Neville looked at the 4 chairs, the shelves, the preserved records of 11 centuries. "Less used. Like the founders actually sat here." "They did," Harry said. "Quite a lot, judging by the wear on the armrests." Neville walked in slowly. He moved through the room the way he moved through greenhouses, with the specific care of someone who understood they were in the presence of something that mattered and behaved accordingly. He stopped in front of the Hufflepuff chair. This was hers, he said. Helga Hufflepuff's. Yes. Neville put his hand on the armrest. He stood there for a moment. Then he sat down, which surprised Harry. Neville had the quality of someone who asked permission before taking up space. But he sat in the Hufflepuff chair with the careful deliberateness of someone making a decision rather than a mistake. My family's always said I'm not a proper wizard, Neville said, looking at his hands. That I don't have the aptitude. That the best I could do was herbology, and even that, he stopped. Looked at the rings on Harry's hands. She founded a house whose principle is effort over inheritance. Work over gift. He looked at the chair. She'd probably have thought my family was full of it. Almost certainly, Harry said. Neville smiled. Then it went quiet and real. Good luck tomorrow, he said. Whatever they try. Thank you, Harry said. Do you need me to do anything? Keep working on the root paper, Harry said. And look after Trevor. Neville looked at Trevor in his tank, who looked back with the resignation of his kind. Someone has to, Neville agreed. The morning of the 14th, Harry came down to the common room at 6 to find Hermione already there, 2 sets of notes organized on the table beside his seat, with a mug of tea from the kitchen that she'd apparently gotten by the specific confidence of asking. She didn't say anything when he sat down. She pushed the tea toward him. He drank it. Ron appeared 20 minutes later, descended the stairs, looked at Harry with an expression that was trying to be casual and wasn't quite managing it. You'll be brilliant, he said. Obviously. He sat down. Also, he reached into his pocket and put something on the table. A small, battered chess piece, a king. Take that. Harry looked at it. Why? My dad gave it to me when I started here. Said Hogwarts was about learning to think, and chess teaches you to think. Ron looked at the piece. It's helped me, anyway. Sometimes when I'm stuck he stopped, slightly embarrassed by the sentiment. It's stupid. Never mind. Harry picked up the chess piece and put it in his pocket. It's not stupid, he said. Ron looked briefly, completely, genuinely pleased, and then ate a piece of toast with the confidence of someone who'd done something right. The Ministry of Magic in November was the color of authority, polished floors, ceiling of peacock blue and gold, the ambient hum of significant institutional power moving through its corridors. Harry walked through it with Dumbledore beside him and felt nothing like intimidated, because the Ministry of Magic was a recent institution compared to what was on his fingers, and its specific brand of grandeur was the kind that worked on people who didn't have a frame of reference for something older. Dumbledore was quiet beside him, which was a specific quality of Dumbledore's quiet. It contained things, like a room contains furniture, and you could feel the weight of what it held without seeing it directly. He'd agreed to Harry's conditions for the hearing, witness, not representative, without argument, which itself told Harry something about where they currently were. Hearing room C was smaller than Harry expected, which was a political choice rather than an accident. The Board of Governors sat at a curved table at one end, 12 members, most of them in robes that communicated wealth and establishment in their fabric and cut. At the center sat Lucius Malfoy. Harry had a specific image of Lucius Malfoy constructed from records, reputation, and the things Draco had let slip in a dark classroom 3 weeks ago. The reality was accurate to the image and slightly more. He was the kind of man who wore confidence the way some people wore expensive clothes, as both armor and advertisement, and he had the intelligence of someone who'd spent 20 years in rooms exactly like this one and knew every pressure point in their architecture. To Malfoy's left sat Augusta Longbottom. She was a formidable woman in a formidable hat, a vulture on the brim, which was either a statement or simply Augusta Longbottom's relationship to fashion, and she looked at Harry when he entered with an expression he catalogued immediately, not hostile, not warm, specifically assessing. She was doing what competent people did when they encountered an unknown, gathering data before forming a position. Griselda Marchbanks was at the far end of the table, very old, very sharp, with the quality of someone who'd been assessing intellectual capability for 60 years and could do it in 90 seconds. Harry sat down at the single chair facing the table, placed both hands flat on the chair's armrests, and looked at the board. Malfoy opened. Of course he did. He was the chair. Mr. Potter. Thank you for attending. His voice was the carefully modulated instrument of someone who'd practiced everything he said until it sounded natural, which meant it didn't quite sound natural if you were listening for it. We've asked you here to address 3 concerns. First, the unauthorized modification of Hogwarts foundational administrative records. Second, the unilateral publication of previously restricted governance documentation. And third, the broader question of whether a claim of sovereign authority by a first-year student has any legal standing under current ministry educational governance frameworks. I'll address them in that order, Harry said. The modifications to the foundational records were not unauthorized. The Sovereign Charter grants the recognized holder of all 12 Founder Rings administrative authority over the school's foundational governance, which includes its record-keeping systems. The modifications were made through the school's formal administrative process, witnessed and recorded by the school's Chief Administrative Officer, Madame Leonora, in the Foundation Record Inc. that requires and records sovereign authentication. He looked along the table. If the board has a copy of Madame Leonora's process record, I'd suggest reviewing it. The authentication is unambiguous. One of the board members, a heavy-set man on Malfoy's right, opened a folder and began reading with the expression of someone finding something he'd been told wouldn't be there. Second, the Charter Summary. The document describes the Sovereign Charter's provisions in plain language. Every word is accurate. The Charter is a founding document of the school and is not classified, restricted, or protected from disclosure under any ministry regulation or school governance policy. Publishing accurate legal information about a school's governance framework to the people that school serves, students, parents, and governors, is not a violation of any standard I can find, and I've looked. He paused. If there's a specific provision that the board believes is inaccurate, I'd welcome the identification. Silence. Third, Harry said. The question of legal standing. He reached into his bag, placed Hermione's analysis on the table in front of him, and did not hand it across, kept it in front of him, because he didn't need it and they could see that he didn't, which was its own kind of information. The Sovereign Charter predates the Ministry of Magic by approximately 700 years. The ministry's founding documents, specifically the Establishment of Wizarding Governance Act of 1707, include an explicit provision in Schedule 4 recognizing the prior institutional authority of Hogwarts School under its founding charter, and explicitly carving out the school's internal governance from ministry oversight. Schedule 4 has never been repealed. He looked at Malfoy. The ministry's jurisdictional relationship to Hogwarts is therefore not oversight but coordination. The Board of Governors was established in 1868 as a coordination body, to facilitate communication between the school's administration and the wider wizarding community. That is its founding purpose. He looked along the table. The board's authority over day-to-day administration is real, useful, and I have no intention of interfering with it. The board's authority over foundational governance is not real, because the charter vests that authority in the sovereign, and it has always done so. He paused. My age doesn't change the legal framework. The charter's recognition mechanism is bloodline convergence, confirmed by the ring's acceptance. Both of those criteria are met. Age is not in the charter's text. The room was quiet. Malfoy's expression had gone through several private calibrations during Harry's response, and the current one had been arrived at after clear internal work. It was composed, controlled, and gave nothing away. But the speed with which he'd arrived at it, Harry noted, was slightly slower than his other expressions. Which meant he'd needed more time. Mr. Potter, Malfoy said. The board recognizes your preparation. The legal questions are, as you correctly identify, genuinely complex. A pause, measured. But the practical questions are perhaps more important. You are 11 years old, and the authority you describe places you, by your own analysis, above the existing governance structure. How do you propose this functions? Who provides oversight of the sovereign's decisions? This was the real question. The legal armor had worked and Malfoy knew it, and he pivoted to the political argument, which was smarter. The charter provides for oversight through the castle itself, Harry said. The sovereign's authority is constrained by the school's foundational purpose, education, protection, the welfare of students. Actions that contravene those purposes are not within sovereign authority. The castle's own wards won't support them. He paused. In practical terms, I work with the headmaster and the faculty. I've already established that relationship. The modifications I've made are documented, transparent, and reviewable. I've made 3 in 2 months. All 3 address genuine governance failures that existed before my arrival. He looked along the table. The question isn't whether oversight exists. It's whether the current oversight structure has been effective. I'd suggest the answer to that is visible in the things I found that needed fixing. Augusta Longbottom spoke for the first time. What failures, she said. Her voice was the kind that expected specific answers and had no patience for evasion, and Harry recognized it from the inside. It was where Neville's instinct for precision had come from, before the environment it grew in had convinced him the precision didn't matter. The squib classification system, Harry said, looking at her directly. Which used language that communicated to students and families that a magical child with non-wand expression was a failed wizard rather than a wizard with different characteristics. The House Points documentation system, which had no requirement to record the specific infraction for deductions above 5 points, which is an obvious mechanism for discriminatory application. And the Charter's plain language summary, which was labeled in the school's own glossary as historical document when it is a living governance instrument. He paused. Those are the 3 I've addressed so far. I have a list. How long is the list? Marchbanks asked, from the far end of the table. 14 items currently, Harry said. I expect it will grow as I continue reviewing the records. Marchbanks made a sound that might have been something specific, and looked at her own folder, and made a note. Malfoy was watching Harry with the specific expression of a chess player who has just watched his opponent refuse every gambit and is determining whether the correct response is a new line or a different game. Mr. Potter, he said. There is one matter I wish to raise that is distinct from governance questions. He folded his hands on the table with the ease of someone reaching a prepared point. The rings you carry. Their history. The claim of bloodline convergence underlying your sovereign status. He looked at Harry's hands. These claims have not been verified by any independent magical authority. The Ministry's unspeakable division, the goblins, your own account of finding the rings, none of these constitute formal authentication that the wizarding community at large can rely on. Gringotts has authenticated the rings and issued a formal recognition document, Harry said. Goblin recognition, Malfoy said, is not universally accepted as sufficient for legal standing in wizarding governance. Under what statute? Harry said. A pause. There is no specific statute. It is a matter of established practice. Established practice is not law, Harry said, pleasantly. If the board wants to commission an independent authentication, I'll cooperate fully. I'd suggest the Department of Mysteries, their unspeakables have the relevant expertise. I'd further suggest that the authentication will confirm what Gringotts has already confirmed, and that the board should be prepared for that outcome. He looked at Malfoy. I'm not arguing for authority I don't have. The question is whether what I actually have is clearly understood by everyone in this room. Malfoy held his gaze for a moment. Then looked at the table. That was the moment. Harry kept his expression neutral, but he felt the shift, in the room, in the meeting's temperature, in the quality of Malfoy's stillness, which had gone from controlled authority to something that was controlling something else. Not defeat, Malfoy wasn't the kind of man who experienced anything as simply defeat. But recognition. The recognition that this particular line of engagement had reached its limit. Augusta Longbottom was looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't fully read, and he noticed that her assessment had been ongoing throughout the hearing, adding data points with the consistency of someone who took assessment seriously. "Mr. Potter," she said. "The squib classification change. Whose idea was that specifically?" "Mine," Harry said. "On what basis?" "On the basis that the language was inaccurate and harmful," Harry said. "Squibs have documented relationships to magic through magical objects, creatures, familiars, and inherited magical perception. The classification, no magical capacity, is false. Correcting it matters because language shapes what people believe is possible." Augusta Longbottom was quiet for a moment. Something in her expression had shifted by 1 degree, enough to notice if you were watching for it. "My nephew," she said carefully, "was classified under the old system. Before Hogwarts. He was told he was a failed wizard." A pause with weight in it. "He died believing it." Harry said nothing. He looked at her steadily and let the silence be what it was. "The change was correct," she said. Malfoy shifted slightly in his seat. "I move," Marchbanks said, from the far end of the table, in the dry, decisive tone of someone who spent their professional life assessing and didn't mess about once they'd finished, that the board acknowledged the legal standing of the Sovereign Charter and the current holder's authority therein, contingent on the Department of Mysteries authentication the holder has offered to cooperate with, and that the board affirmed the 3 foundational record modifications as within the holder's established authority. She looked at Malfoy. "Lucius?" The move had taken the room away from Malfoy and he knew it. Harry watched him do the calculation, vote against, be seen as obstructing something the board had just agreed was legal, on the day he'd called the hearing. Vote for, and the hearing he'd convened to challenge Harry's authority becomes the hearing that formally confirmed it. "The board will vote," Malfoy said. The vote was 8-4 in favor. The 4 dissenting votes were Malfoy and his 3 closest allies, all with documented Death Eater connections, which Harry had noted from Hermione's research but not raised in the room, because raising it would have been the wrong move. You didn't use information as a weapon unless the weapon was necessary, and today it hadn't been. Marchbanks signed the motion. Augusta Longbottom signed it without looking at Malfoy. The hearing closed. In the corridor outside hearing room C, Dumbledore fell into step beside Harry without speaking for a full minute. Then, 8-4, he said. "I expected 7-5, Harry said. Marchbanks was an unexpectedly decisive ally. "Griselda Marchbanks," Dumbledore said, "examined me for my Transfiguration OWL in 1894. She has never, in my experience, hesitated once she's made up her mind." "I'll remember that," Harry said. They walked through the Ministry's atrium. The Fountain of Magical Brethren played in its center, which Harry found philosophically complicated and didn't say so. "Augusta Longbottom," Dumbledore said carefully, "has been on the board for 12 years. She is, not an obstacle, exactly. She has strong views. She loves her grandson very much in a manner she has never quite expressed to him directly." Harry looked at him. "Tell me what you mean by that." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "She raised him to survive the family's expectations rather than to flourish on his own terms," he said. "She has not realized these are different things. She may be beginning to." Harry thought about this all the way through the Ministry's Flow network, back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, back to the castle that greeted his return with the specific settling warmth of a building that had been paying attention. That evening he found Neville in the archive for the second time, sitting in the Hufflepuff chair with his plant paper open across his knees, editing it with the concentrated expression of someone in the process of believing, for the first time, that the thing they'd made was worth believing in. Harry sat in the Gryffindor chair and told him about his grandmother on the Board of Governors, and Neville went very still. She never said," Neville said. "I think she kept it separate from home," Harry said. "Or thought she did. She wanted me to be a regular student," Neville said slowly. "Not complicated by her position." He turned this over. "Or she didn't want me to feel, dependent on her being there." "Both, probably," Harry said. She loves you in a way that doesn't always look like what it is from the outside. Neville looked at his plant paper. She thinks her biology isn't. She voted for the charter motion today, Harry said. And she brought up the squib classification change. Her nephew had been classified under the old language. He looked at Neville. She understood why it mattered immediately. That's a person capable of updating their views when given good information. A pause. Which is more than most people manage. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Should I write to her? He said. That's yours to decide, Harry said. But yes. I think you should. Neville looked at Trevor in his tank. Trevor looked back with the settled, ancient resignation of his kind, which in this context managed to look almost like encouragement. All right, Neville said. Harry looked at the plant paper. How's the edit going? Better, Neville said, and his voice had the quality it sometimes had now, when he was talking about his work, slightly surprised by his own confidence in it, not performing confidence, actually growing into it. I added a fourth comparison case. The methodology section is cleaner. Good, Harry said. Finish it. Submit it this week. This week? It's ready, Harry said. You just have to decide it is. Neville looked at the paper in his hands. He was quiet for a moment. Okay, he said. This week. Outside the archive, the castle was cooling into its evening quiet, and the November night pressed cold against the windows, and somewhere several floors below, Quirrell's classroom door was shut, and behind it something uncomfortable and increasingly restless was waiting for an opportunity that Harry was methodically reducing. He thought about the board, and Lucius Malfoy's 4 dissenting votes, and what a man did when a strategy failed, whether he tried a different strategy or whether he escalated to something the strategy had been designed to avoid. He thought about the stone in its vault, and Flamel's letter that had arrived through Dumbledore's office last week, warm with the particular gratitude of someone very old who had spent a very long time watching people fail to protect the thing he loved most. Flamel had agreed, in careful language, that the stone's current location was insufficient. He'd agreed to its relocation under Sovereign Ward. Harry had moved it on a Tuesday afternoon, alone, into a space within the castle's deepest ward structure that was defined by sovereign intent rather than physical location, a space that existed because Harry believed it did and the castle agreed with him. The thing wherein Quirrell had spent 4 days searching after that, which Harry had felt as a specific quality of frustrated pressure moving through the building's lower levels. Then it had stopped. Not gone. Stopped. Malfoy's 4 votes. Something that had been using Quirrell, now without its primary objective and therefore probably looking for a secondary one. Lucius Malfoy, who was not a man who accepted the end of one approach as the end of all approaches. Harry sat in the Gryffindor chair and thought about the shape of the next move. He had resources. He had the castle. He had Hermione's analytical mind and Neville's growing confidence and Ron's sharp intelligence and McGonagall's experience and even, carefully, and on specific terms, Dumbledore's political knowledge. He had the rings, and what they meant, and 1100 years of the school's own intention backing every decision he made in its name. He was 11 years old and he had never once, since the day he walked down 17 steps into a vault beneath a Surrey library, felt anything like afraid. What he felt instead was ready. The candles in the archive burned steady and warm around him, and the castle waited with its vast, patient attention, and November moved toward December, and whatever was coming next, Harry thought, was already later than it meant to be. Chapter 6, Fire and Loyalty. December arrived cold and fast, and Hogwarts put on its winter face. The castle was good at winter. Not in the decorative sense, though the enchanted snow above the Great Hall and the wreaths on every door were genuinely beautiful, but in the structural sense. The building had been designed by people who understood Scottish winters with the specific respect of people who'd survived several of them, and its heating enchantments were the layered, sophisticated kind that maintained warmth without dryness, the kind that made the common rooms feel inhabited rather than managed. Harry had read about them in the Ravenclaw Ward research and understood now why Hogwarts always felt like a place that wanted you to stay. He was in the archive when he felt it. Not the thing itself, the precursor to it, the specific quality of discomfort that Quirrell's presence had been generating in the castle's lower levels. He'd been feeling it intermittently since he'd moved the stone in October, like a signal looking for a receiver, searching and finding nothing. But tonight the quality was different. Tonight it had direction. Harry set down the document he'd been reading, a section of Rowena Ravenclaw's notes on responsive ward architecture, and sat very still for a moment, feeling the castle around him the way you feel a room change when someone enters it. Something was moving downward. Not toward the stone's old location. Downward in a different direction, toward the castle's oldest foundations, toward the section Harry had identified in Slytherin's letter 6 weeks ago and had been watching with the particular patience of someone who knows exactly where the problem is and is waiting for it to show itself. The chamber. He was out of the archive and moving in 30 seconds. He took the fastest route through the castle, which wasn't the most direct route. The direct route involved 3 staircases that were slower than they looked, and Harry had spent enough evenings mapping the building's shortcuts that he could navigate by feel in the dark, which it now was, past midnight. The castle moved with him in the particular way it had when he was moving towards something it recognized as important, the right doors slightly ajar, the right stairs steady, the torches at intersections burning a degree brighter. He stopped at the second-floor girls' bathroom. The door was open. The bathroom was empty, which was normal for midnight, and flooded with the particular cold of a space that hadn't been used in hours. The taps were old, the sinks worn smooth, and on the central faucet there was a serpent carved in the tap's handle with the specific detail of something made with intention rather than decoration. Harry looked at the faucet. He said, in Parseltongue, which he hadn't spoken aloud since testing it quietly in the archive 2 months ago, open. The sink moved. The floor opened. A pipe descended. Harry looked down it, looked back at the empty bathroom, and dropped in. The pipe was long and fast and deposited him in a chamber that was not, contrary to what the name implied, a small space. It was a cathedral in stone, enormous, with pillars carved in serpents from floor to ceiling and a ceiling lost in its own darkness. Water ran along channels in the floor in thin, steady streams that had been running for 1,000 years, and the air was cold and damp with the specific quality of deep underground places that were also deeply magical, not the warmth of the castle above, something older and more fundamental, the way old forests feel different from new ones. At the far end, beyond the serpent pillars, was a sealed door. On the floor in front of the door, in the stone itself, were 2 sets of footprints. One set was old, decades old, worn into the stone by someone who'd come here frequently, left here frequently. The other set was recent. Fresh. Made by someone who'd arrived here within the last hour. Harry followed them. The sealed door opened for him without speech, the rings were sufficient, the castle's authority flowing through them into the school's oldest lock. Beyond was the inner chamber, circular, with a great stone face at the far end, the face of Salazar Slytherin himself, enormous and cold and built with the specific grandiosity of someone who was afraid of being forgotten. In the center of the chamber, with his back to Harry and his face toward Slytherin's stone visage, stood Quirrell. He didn't turn when Harry entered. His shoulders were rigid, his robes hanging oddly, and the quality of his stillness was not the stillness of a man listening, it was the stillness of a man who was not entirely in control of his own body. Harry had studied this from the records in the archive, the theory of partial possession, the way a powerful magical consciousness could inhabit a willing host while the host remained partially present, the host's volition increasingly marginal to the passenger's agenda. Quirrell's turban was unwound. It lay on the floor beside him, and Harry understood immediately what it had been concealing. The back of Quirrell's head was wrong, a face visible in the scalp and neck, pressed outward from inside with the horrific quality of something that didn't fit where it was. The face was asleep. "You moved the stone," Quirrell said, without turning. His voice was wrong, it had the stammer removed from it, which made it somehow more unsettling, as if the stammer had been the last piece of Quirrell himself. "Weeks ago. I felt it go." "Yes," Harry said. He was standing 10 feet inside the chamber entrance, and he did not move forward. "Where is it?" Somewhere you can't reach it. Quirrell turned. His face was the face Harry had been watching across the Great Hall for 3 months, the pale, nervous face of a man who'd spent a year being slowly consumed, but stripped now of the nervousness, replaced by something that was neither Quirrell nor entirely the other thing. A threshold face. A face in the process of being vacated. "You're remarkably calm," Quirrell said. "You're remarkably loud," Harry said. "I felt you moving through the lower levels from the archive." Something flickered in Quirrell's expression. "The castle," he said. "You really do feel it." "Yes." "Extraordinary." The word came out with the quality of genuine intellectual interest layered over something much colder, which was the worst combination Harry could think of in an adversary. "He wants to speak to you. He's been wanting to since the Great Hall. The rings, he can feel them. He recognizes them." "I imagine he does," Harry said. "He says you're wasting what you have," Quirrell said. "That an 11-year-old with that authority and those resources and that intelligence is playing at housekeeping while the world's real power structures go untouched." Harry looked at him. "He would think that," he said. "He has no frame of reference for what I'm doing." "What are you doing?" The voice shifted, not Quirrell's anymore, something underneath and behind it, something old and cold and once, Harry thought, probably brilliant. The face at the back of Quirrell's head had opened its eyes. "What is all your careful, patient reforming of school records, your governance hearings, your little alliance of first years, what does it accomplish?" Harry looked at the face. He'd thought about this moment, in a general way, since the vault. The thing that had killed his parents. The thing written into his scar. He felt the scar now, not the childhood ache of it, something sharper, a recognition running both ways. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't angry either, which surprised him less now than it would have before the vault. Anger was for things that were unresolved. This was resolved. He was here, it was here, the question was simply what happened next and how. "You asked what I'm doing," Harry said. "I'm building something that lasts. You've spent your life breaking things and calling it power." He looked at the face directly. "What have you built?" The temperature in the chamber dropped. "I built an era," the voice said. "A decade in which the wizarding world understood what power actually was." "You built fear," Harry said. "For 11 years, which is how old I am. You built something so fragile that one child destroyed it, and you spent the following decade trying to re-enter the world through the back of a defense teacher's head." He kept his voice conversational, which he understood was the thing that made the response it generated more violent than anything louder would have. "I'm not insulting you. I'm describing what happened." The face's eyes were very red and very focused. "The boy who survived," it said. "Everyone told me it was love magic. Lily Potter's sacrifice. Sacrificial protection. An ancient enchantment." Something in the voice shifted, became more specific, more interested in its own theory. "But that wasn't it, was it?" "Not entirely. The rings found you at 8. The vault found you. The bloodline convergence was already active, it had been active since birth, since before birth. The sacrifice completed something that was already partially present." The red eyes moved to Harry's hands. "You are not famous for surviving me. You are famous for something nobody has understood yet." "I know what I am," Harry said. "Then you know what I could offer you." Harry looked at him for a moment. The chamber was cold and enormous around them, the serpent pillars casting thin shadows, Slytherin's stone face looking down from the far end with its particular cold grandeur. "No," Harry said simply. "You haven't heard, I don't need to," Harry said. "There's nothing you have that I want. There's nothing you could offer that would be worth the cost, and you're not capable of offering it without a cost because you're not capable of relating to other people except through transaction or domination." He looked at the face clearly. "This isn't idealism. It's assessment." The face was very still. "Then we're at an impasse," it said. "We're not," Harry said. "We're at a conclusion." He put his right hand out, not dramatically, not with incantation or flourish, just extended, palm facing the chamber's far wall, the Gryffindor ring and the Slytherin ring both burning with a light that was warm gold and cold silver simultaneously. He felt the castle behind him, above him, around him, felt the deep, structural, ancient magic of a building that had been made for this purpose among other purposes, to protect children from harm. He said to the castle, in the language of the rings rather than words, in the specific intent that the vault's complete record had given him, "Seal this chamber against him specifically. Not forever, against this fragment, this piece of a person that doesn't have enough of a self to be a person anymore. Seal it from him specifically, as you would seal a wound." The castle responded. Not explosively. Not with a great display of light or sound. It responded the way structural things respond, slowly, thoroughly, at a level that was not visible but was absolute. The chamber's very stones took on a quality of resistance directed at the face behind Quirrell's head, the same quality as the wards above the school, but focused, specific, pointed with the precision of a surgical instrument rather than the breadth of a shield. Quirrell screamed. Or Quirrell's body screamed, the sound was Quirrell's voice and not Quirrell's voice simultaneously, the passenger and the host occupying the same vocal cords with entirely different intentions, producing something that was neither one. The body stumbled, hit one of the serpent pillars, crumpled. The face at the back of the head was contorted. Harry watched. The ward wasn't killing, it was expelling. The same principle as a healing charm redirected, not remove the harm but remove the thing causing the harm from the space where it's operating. The chamber was Hogwarts' oldest space, part of its deepest stone, and what Harry had asked the castle to do was to recognize this fragment as something that did not belong within its walls, that had never belonged within its walls, that had been awound in its side for a year and could be, now, addressed. The face dissolved. That was the word for it, not died, not vanished, not was defeated. Dissolved, like something losing its coherence, losing the friction that had been holding it to a shape. The red eyes faded. The strange pressure in the castle's lower levels, which Harry had been feeling for 3 months, went out like a light. Quirrell collapsed completely. Harry crossed the chamber in quick strides and crouched beside him. Quirrell was breathing, shallowly, with the specific quality of someone whose body had been under external management for a year and was remembering how to run itself. He was very pale. He was also, Harry could see, himself in a way he hadn't been in the Great Hall, in any class, in any corridor. The passenger was gone and Quirrell was simply a man, frightened and diminished and entirely alone in the oldest chamber in Hogwarts. "I didn't," Quirrell started. "I know," Harry said. He found me in Albania. I was a scholar, I studied, the words were coming in pieces, each one costing effort. I don't remember most of the year. It's like, gaps. You're going to need a proper healer, Harry said. Possession damage is specific. St. Mungo's has a specialist ward. He looked at Quirrell's face. Can you walk? I think so. Then we're going up. Harry stood, offered a hand, and Quirrell took it with the trembling grip of someone not yet sure their body belonged to them again. Harry got him to his feet, got him to the pipe entrance, and stopped. The pipe was a pipe. It went one direction. The castle will open another way, Harry said to the room, to the castle, and the wall beside the pipe entrance developed a door, not a grand door, not the formal architecture of the vault or the archive, just a door, the kind of door a building grows when it's asked to and has the capability. Beyond it was a staircase going up. Harry walked Quirrell up the stairs and through the corridors of the sleeping castle at just past 2 in the morning, and the torches burned steady ahead of them, and the castle was warm and quiet and full of sleeping children and had, tonight, done exactly what it had been built to do. Dumbledore was in the corridor outside the hospital wing. Harry wasn't surprised. He'd expected the headmaster to feel something in the castle at the moment of expulsion. A man who'd spent 40 years in this building had his own sensitivity to its states, even without the rings. Dumbledore was in his night robes with his wand already in hand, and his expression when he saw Harry walking Quirrell toward the hospital wing was complex enough that Harry gave him a moment to land on it. The chamber, Dumbledore said. He went for it. Not for the stone, he'd accepted the stone was gone. He went for the basilisk. Harry pushed the hospital wing door open and got Quirrell to the nearest bed, where Madame Pomfrey materialized from her office with the specific alertness of someone who slept with professional readiness. He needed another weapon. Another path back to a body. Dumbledore looked at Quirrell. Something moved in his face, complex, private, the expression of a man confronting a consequence of something he'd been unable to prevent and had known he was unable to prevent. Quirinus, he said quietly, and Quirrell, settled into the hospital bed with Pomfrey already assessing the damage, looked up at the sound of his name with the specific response of someone who'd been waiting to hear it used that way. He's gone. Quirrell said. He's gone from Hogwarts, Harry said. He's not gone from the world. He doesn't have enough of a self left to be fully gone, but he's not here, and he's not strong enough to attempt a return through a viable host for, I'd estimate years. Maybe longer. Dumbledore looked at Harry. The castle sealed the chamber against him. Specifically against that fragment, yes. The ward is targeted, it doesn't affect the chamber itself, just that specific consciousness. Slytherin's letter was clear that the chamber exists as a structural part of the school, not a danger in itself. Harry looked at Quirrell. The basilisk is still down there. I'll address it properly when Quirrell is stable and the year is calmer. Pomfrey looked at Harry over Quirrell's bed with the expression of someone who'd been healing children's hurts for decades and had never been entirely prepared for this variety of hurt. Mr. Potter, she said. Are you injured? No, Harry said. Sit down anyway, she said, in the voice that was not a suggestion, and Harry sat on the bed beside the window because arguing with Madame Pomfrey was not something even sovereign authority made sensible. Dumbledore sat across from him. For a moment neither of them spoke, and in the silence the hospital wing was very quiet, and outside the windows the December sky was fully dark with the particular dark of 2 in the morning in Scotland, which was its own shade of absolute. He said something, Harry said. About the scar. About the night my parents died. He looked at his hands, at the 12 rings. He said the protection wasn't only the sacrifice. That the bloodline convergence was already partially active at birth. Dumbledore was very still. You knew that too, Harry said. I suspected it, Dumbledore said. I did not know. The unspeakable's research was incomplete. The convergence was documented but its activation state at the time of your parents' deaths was not fully understood. He paused. What do you believe happened? Harry looked at the rings for a moment, specifically the Slytherin ring, the dark metal one, the one whose ring had been cold for 3 months and was now settled and neutral. The killing curse hit a bloodline convergence that was already partially active, he said. Like hitting a ward instead of a wall, the curse didn't just rebound, it was restructured. Part of it destroyed the original host. Part of it, the piece that held his consciousness, his intention, attached to the nearest available vessel. He looked at his scar. Me. The scar isn't just a mark of what happened. It's where it attached. Dumbledore was very still. There's a piece of him in me, Harry said. Not with horror, not with the dramatic weight the statement might have warranted in another telling. With the specific, measured tone of someone describing a structural problem. Not a large piece. Not a functional piece, it hasn't been, in any meaningful sense, since the vault accepted me 3 years ago. The ring's acceptance and the bloodline's full activation would have, he paused, working through the precise language. Pushed it to the margin. The way light doesn't destroy darkness exactly, just makes it irrelevant. He looked at Dumbledore. But it's there. And I need to know what you know about how to remove it. Dumbledore's expression had the quality of someone running a calculation they'd been dreading for a long time, arriving at an answer they'd known was coming and hadn't finished making peace with. The soul fragment, he said quietly. Is that what the unspeakables called it? It's what I call it. The technical term in the literature on dark splitting magic. He stopped. Looked at Harry with the expression of someone deciding how honest to be, measuring honesty against protection, finding that the calculation had changed. It is called a Horcrux, he said. An object or person in which a fragment of a wizard's soul is stored, produced by splitting the soul through an act of murder. If I'm right about how many he made, he stopped again. How many? Harry said. Possibly 7, Dumbledore said. In total. Including the piece in your scar. Harry sat with this for a moment. 7. The number had a specific weight to it, the weight of something that had been planned rather than accidental, the scale of someone who'd committed to something over decades. He thought about the cold, calculating intelligence he'd heard in Quirrell's voice tonight, and the specific tragedy of that intelligence having been directed so entirely at its own perpetuation. The others, Harry said. Do you know what they are? Some of them, Dumbledore said. I've been researching this question for years. I have not been forthcoming about the scope of the problem, because he stopped. The honesty he'd been practicing in their conversations was working against him here, forcing him to say the specific thing. Because I intended to investigate them myself. And to manage the situation myself. And to tell you about it when I judged you ready. Harry looked at him. I know, Dumbledore said, very quietly. I know. We'll work on this together, Harry said. Starting after Christmas. You'll share what you know, everything, not the summary, and we'll map the full picture and determine the approach. He looked at Dumbledore with the directness that was simply how he looked at everyone, no harder than usual, no softer. The piece in the scar. The Vault's Founders Archive has research on soul magic. Ravenclaw's notes include some early theoretical work on soul splitting, which she was studying in a different context but which is relevant. I'll review them over Christmas. Harry, Dumbledore said. The soul fragment in the scar, removing it safely is a problem that may not have a solved answer yet, Harry said. I know. Most problems don't, until someone does the work. He stood, because Pomfrey was giving him the expression that meant she wanted him to actually sleep rather than continue having significant conversations in her ward at 2 in the morning. It's a problem, not a fixed condition. I'll treat it accordingly. Dumbledore looked at him from the chair with the expression that had been developing since the library in September, the one Harry couldn't entirely decode but that had, at its core, the quality of someone looking at something that had exceeded every parameter they'd used to measure it. Good night, Professor, Harry said. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said, and there was something in it, something that wasn't quite what it had been in September, not just warmth and management and the careful calibration of a man running a strategy. Something more straightforward than that. Harry filed it. Not as sentiment, as data that something had changed, specifically and genuinely. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was empty except for one person. Hermione was in the chair by the fire, awake, with her notebook closed in her lap and the specific posture of someone who'd been waiting rather than studying. She looked up when Harry came through the portrait hole. I felt something, she said. Not the rings, I can't feel those. But the castle went, different. For about 20 minutes. Like when a storm front passes. She looked at his face. Are you all right? Yes, Harry said. What happened? Harry sat down on the hearthrug and leaned back against the chair opposite hers and looked at the fire. He told her. Not all of it, not the Horcrux theory, not the scar, because those were things that needed context and tonight was not the context, tonight was the end of a long evening and Hermione needed information not more problems. He told her about Quirrell, about the chamber, about what the castle had done. She listened without interrupting, which was not her default and which therefore communicated something about the quality of her attention. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. He's gone from the castle, she said. This fragment of him, yes. But not from, no, Harry said. Not from everything. It's more complicated. He looked at the fire. We'll talk about the rest after Christmas. She looked at him, and the look had her particular quality, reading him rather than his words, noticing things that weren't in the report. Then she said, very quietly, the scar. Harry glanced at her. I noticed, she said. Months ago. The way it responds. The way you sometimes touch it without realizing. The way it was, tonight, from what you're describing, the thing went toward the chamber. But it also would have been responding to you specifically. She looked at him steadily. I'm not asking right now. I'm telling you I noticed, so you know. Harry looked back at the fire. The flames were steady and warm and the common room was empty and quiet around them. Thank you, he said. You don't have to do all of this alone, she said. I know you could. That's not the point. He thought about this. About the vault at 8, and the 3 years after it, and the particular solitude of a child who has found the one thing that makes complete sense to him and has no one to share it with. About what it had felt like to walk into this common room in September and find, for the first time, people who met him where he actually was. I know, he said. I'm still learning that. I'll remind you, she said, with the dry precision that was her version of warmth. Frequently and without apology. I'd expect nothing less, Harry said. She smiled at the fire. They sat in the warm quiet of the common room for a while, the fire burning down to its comfortable late-night stage, neither of them needing to say anything else. Outside the castle windows, the December dark was absolute, and the sky was full of stars, and the school was full of sleeping children, and the thing that had been moving through its lower levels for 3 months was gone. Not solved. Not finished. But gone from here, gone from this building, gone from the space where children slept and learned and became who they were going to be. Harry felt the castle around him, quiet and attentive and deeply, fundamentally satisfied with the evening's work. He sat by the fire in his first home, with his first real friend, and let himself simply be in it for a while. The morning brought 3 things in quick succession. First, the school knew. Not everything, not the chamber or the Horcrux theory, but the news that something had happened moved through Hogwarts with the speed of things that happen in the night and leave evidence in the morning. Quirrell's absence from breakfast. The hospital wing's closed curtains. The way Dumbledore looked at the staff table, not concerned, not alarmed, but with the specific quality of someone who had processed something significant and arrived at a position of equilibrium with it. By 10 o'clock the rumor spectrum ranged from, Quirrell had a nervous breakdown, to, something happened in the dungeons, to one creative 4th year's theory that Quirrell had been possessed by a dark creature and exorcised by Harry Potter at midnight with the power of the Founder Rings. That last one was, as Hermione noted with perfect neutrality, almost entirely accurate. Second, a letter from Lucius Malfoy. Not to Harry, to Draco, which Harry learned about because Draco told him. This happened in the corridor outside the library on Saturday morning, which was not a planned meeting. Draco was sitting on a stone bench outside the library door with a letter in his hands and the expression Harry had seen once before in an empty classroom, unmanaged, younger than his usual public face, processing something. Harry sat beside him without being invited. Draco didn't tell him to leave this time. He knows something happened last night, Draco said. He wants to know what. Harry looked at the letter in Draco's hands without trying to read it. What do you want to tell him? I don't know. A pause. I don't know what happened. None of us do. Quirrell needed medical attention, Harry said. He's receiving it. That's the accurate summary. Draco looked at him sidelong. That's not all of it. No, Harry said. But it's accurate. Draco folded the letter. His hands were precise about it, careful with the crease, which was a Malfoy quality, the precise management of objects as a proxy for the precise management of everything. My father thinks I should be building relationships here, he said. That's what the letters are actually about. Who am I talking to? What am I learning? Whether he stopped. He wants me to be useful to him here. What do you want? Harry said. Draco looked at him with the expression Harry recognized as the specific frustration of someone who's been given a framework for the world that doesn't quite account for the questions they're actually asking. "I don't understand why you keep asking me that," he said. "You could make things very difficult for my family. The board hearing, you could have brought up the Death Eater connections. You didn't." "No." "Why?" "Because it wasn't relevant to the legal argument I was making," Harry said. "And because making it personal gives your father a narrative where this is about him and his politics rather than about the charter's legal standing. I don't need that narrative." Draco looked at him. "That's the only reason?" Harry considered him for a moment. "No," he said. "I also didn't want to make your first term here about your father's worst decisions." The silence that followed had the specific quality of Draco Malfoy receiving something he hadn't calibrated for. "What do I tell him?" Draco said finally. "Whatever you decide to," Harry said. "That's actually yours." He stood. "Draco. The things your father wants you to be, they're not permanent. What you're built into isn't what you're made of. You're 11. The mold is still soft." He went into the library. Behind him on the stone bench, Draco Malfoy sat with his father's letter and the specific, uncomfortable weight of a question he hadn't finished asking himself yet. Third, Neville. Harry found him in the Gryffindor common room at noon, sitting with a piece of parchment in his hand and an expression that was doing something unprecedented, beaming. Just openly, entirely, without management or qualification. "Magical plant research," Neville said, when Harry sat down. "They want to publish it." Harry looked at the letter. It was on the journal's letterhead, 2 paragraphs, in the manner of academic acceptance letters that managed to convey genuine enthusiasm within the constraints of professional formality. The editor had written, "Your identification of toxicity-correlated surface resistance in magical flora root systems is both novel and well supported. We would be delighted to include this in our spring issue." "Congratulations," Harry said. Neville looked at the letter. Then at Harry. "I need to write to Gran." "You do," Harry said. "And tell her what it is. Not just got a paper published, explain what you found and why it matters. She won't, she might not understand the specifics." "Then explain it clearly," Harry said. "She's a smart woman who's never been given the chance to understand that her grandson is a serious researcher. Give her the chance." Neville sat with the letter for a moment. Then pulled out parchment. Ron appeared from the boys' dormitory, looked at Neville's face, looked at the letter, said, "What happened?" And when Hermione told him, gave a whoop that was loud enough that the portrait of a dozing knight on the common room wall startled awake and glared at him. "That's brilliant, Neville," Ron said, with complete sincerity. "That's absolutely brilliant. We should celebrate. Do they do celebrations at this school? Is there a celebrating protocol?" "There's food," Hermione said. "There's always food." "Right," Ron said. "Food. Obviously." "Harry, Neville got a paper published, we're celebrating." Harry looked at Ron, at his complete, uncomplicated delight in someone else's success, the way he contained it and expressed it without any kind of calculation, the specific human gift of being genuinely happy for the people around you. "We're celebrating," Harry agreed. They went to the kitchens. Harry knew where the entrance was, the fruit bowl painting, because the castle had shown him in the first week, and the house elves received the arrival of 4 first-years with a combination of surprise and enthusiasm that produced enough food for approximately 20 people, and they sat at one of the long preparation tables in the warm kitchen while outside the December cold pressed against the windows and Neville read his acceptance letter aloud to a portrait of a house elf on the kitchen wall who'd apparently been there for 2 centuries and had opinions about herbology. Later, Harry would think about this evening, not the chamber, not Quirrell, not Voldemort's dissolved fragment or the Horcrux problem or Lucius Malfoy's next move, as the thing he remembered most specifically from December. For children in a warm kitchen, one of them holding a letter that said he was exactly who he'd always been and no one had told him, eating food that was too much and exactly right, in a castle that was paying warm, quiet attention to all of them. He thought about the 4 people who'd built this place, who'd argued and cared and built a warm kitchen into the foundations of a school because they'd understood, at a level that went past theory, that children needed warmth and food and places that knew their names. He thought, I'm doing it right. I think I'm doing it right. The rings were warm on his fingers. Outside, December was cold and full of stars. Inside, Neville Longbottom was laughing at something Ron had said, and the kitchen was warm, and Hogwarts was safe, and Harry Potter was 11 years old and had never once, not for a single moment, needed to be afraid of anything. Chapter 7, The Weight of the Crown. January came in hard. Not dramatically, no blizzard, no crisis, no sudden reversal of the warmth they'd built through December. Just the specific quality of a new term beginning, the way returning to something familiar after a break reveals which parts of it were comfortable and which parts were simply known. The castle felt the same to Harry's touch, the rings were the same temperature, the archive was where he'd left it. But January had a different quality than the autumn term, a kind of clarity that cold weather produced in everything, the way a lens focuses in the cold. He noticed it first in the people around him. Hermione came back from the holidays with the particular energy of someone who'd spent 2 weeks among people who loved her but didn't understand her and was relieved to be back somewhere that did. She sat down at breakfast on the first morning of term, opened her notebook to the section labeled Horcruxes, which Harry had told her about on the last night before Christmas, in the archive, in the specific way he gave her important information, directly and without softening, and said, I've been reading everything I could find on soul magic over the holidays. Most of it's theoretical. 2 books in my parents' local library had references to soul-splitting in a mythology context that were surprisingly accurate in their framework. What did you find? Harry said. That every tradition that describes the practice describes it as inherently destabilizing, she said. Not just ethically, structurally. The soul isn't designed for partition. Each split degrades the whole. 7 splits would leave, she looked at her notes. Something that retained intelligence and power but had lost essentially everything that makes a person coherent in a longer sense. Empathy, connection, the capacity for genuine relationship. Not as a moral judgment. As a structural outcome. Harry thought about the voice in the chamber, the cold intellectual curiosity layered over something that had stopped being fully human a long time ago. That tracks, he said. The removal question is harder, she said. The theoretical literature suggests that a soul fragment in a living host is more accessible than one in an object, because a living person's own magic creates a kind of interface. But accessing it without damaging the host, she looked at him with the specific quality of Hermione Granger caring about something. I don't want to rush the research on this. We're not rushing it, Harry said. We're also not avoiding it. He looked at her notebook. Add the Ravenclaw archive material. There's a section on soul theory in her early research that predates most of the published literature by 3 centuries. I found it last term, she said. I've been translating the relevant sections. Her framework is different, she approaches it from a ward theory perspective, the soul as a kind of complex living ward. The implication is that a fragment in a living host could be separated by applying ward dissolution principles rather than extraction. She paused. It's theoretical. Untested. She notes it's untested. Keep working on it, Harry said. Carefully. Ron came down the stairs at this point with the controlled chaos of someone who'd overslept, and sat, and said, to no one in particular, my mum sent me back with enough food to last until March. Anyone want a chocolate frog? Yes, said Neville from the other end of the table, without looking up from a letter he was reading. The letter was from his grandmother. Harry watched Neville's face as he read it, not intrusively, just with the peripheral awareness of someone who'd become fluent in Neville Longbottom's expressions. The letter was long, Neville had already turned it over and was on the back. His expression was doing something complicated but not unhappy. He folded it carefully when he'd finished and sat for a moment. She wrote about her nephew, he said, to his breakfast, to no one specifically. The one with the squib classification. I didn't know about him. He died before I was born. He looked at Harry. She said she voted for the charter motion because she understood what bad language does to people. She said, he stopped, something in his face working through a translation. She said she was sorry she'd used some of the same bad language at home. Harry said nothing. That's the first apology she's ever, in all my life. Neville stopped again. Picked up his toast. Set it down. She asked me to explain my research. The paper. She asked what it meant, specifically, and why it mattered. Are you going to tell her? Hermione asked. I already wrote back, Neville said. During the holidays. I explained it all. He picked up his toast again. She wrote back the same day. She's not someone who writes back the same day. He looked at the letter. She said it was excellent work and that she'd like a copy of the journal when it's published. Ron handed him a chocolate frog. Your Gran sounds terrifying, he said. She is, Neville said. But also she's coming around. Slowly, Neville said. But she's coming around. He ate the chocolate frog. Something had settled in his face, not resolved exactly, because some things took longer than a holiday to resolve, but moving. Genuinely moving. The thing Harry hadn't prepared for arrived in the second week of January in the form of a Prophet article. He heard about it before he saw it, felt the shift in the school's atmosphere at breakfast when the post arrived and several people at different tables unrolled their morning copy simultaneously and the specific quality of collective attention turned toward him. He took the copy Ron handed him without hurry and read it at his usual pace. The headline was, The Sovereign of Hogwarts, Boy Who Lived or Ministry Threat. The article was long, detailed, and had been researched with genuine competence, which made it more dangerous than the usual Prophet fare. It covered the board hearing, the charter amendments, the discipline review, and this was the part that had clearly come from a source, the events of December. Not the chamber specifically, but the general outline. Something had happened. Quirrell was hospitalized at St. Mungo's. Harry Potter was reportedly involved, and the question the article was asking, in the careful language of something trying to look like journalism while functioning as advocacy, was whether an 11-year-old with unchecked authority over Britain's primary wizarding school was a stability risk to the entire educational system. The byline was Rita Skeeter. Harry set the paper down. She has a source, Hermione said, from behind her own copy. Someone who was at the board hearing, or close to it. The details about the charter motion are accurate, too accurate for guesswork. Malfoy, Harry said. Or one of his allies on the board. Yes. Hermione's expression had the quality of someone managing controlled fury through systematic analysis. The framing is specifically designed to activate the ministry's existing concern about unregistered authority structures. She's not attacking you personally, she's attacking the legitimacy of the charter itself, using your age as the lever. I know what she's doing, Harry said. What are you going to do? Harry looked at the paper. At the headline. At the specific language, ministry threat, which was doing two things at once, framing Harry as a threat to the ministry while also implying the ministry should treat him as a threat. Tidy work, if you were going to do this kind of thing. Nothing immediately, Harry said. Nothing. Responding to this in print gives it the weight of a real challenge, Harry said. If I respond, the story becomes the response. If I don't respond, the story has a single news cycle and then requires new material to stay alive. He looked at the paper. She'll try for new material. That's when we address it. Hermione looked at him. You're waiting for her next move. I'm noting that she's in play, Harry said. Which is useful information. Someone gave her this story. That someone is the actual issue, not the article. Across the table, Ron had his copy of the paper open and was reading with the specific expression of someone who was getting progressively more annoyed by what they were reading. "This is rubbish," he said. "She doesn't know anything about the board hearing from your side. All of this is what Malfoy wanted people to think happened, not what actually happened." "Yes," Harry said. "Can you, I don't know, respond to it? Officially? The Sovereign of Hogwarts in an official statement or something?" "An official response from a formal institutional authority," Hermione said slowly, looking at Harry. "Which would be accurate, carry real weight, and implicitly make the point that the authority is real without making the articles framing the subject." "Not yet," Harry said. "But yes. Eventually. If she continues." "She'll continue," Hermione said. "Writers like Skeeter continue. They need subjects. Then eventually," Harry said, "we'll give her a different story." The meeting with Dumbledore on the Horcruxes was on a Thursday evening, 2 weeks into term. Harry arrived at the headmaster's office with his notebook and the translated sections of Ravenclaw's Soul Theory research, and found Dumbledore already at his desk with a collection of documents spread before him that represented, clearly, years of private investigation. The candlelight was warm on the desk, and Fawkes was on his perch, and the portraits of former headmasters were all awake with the specific attentiveness of people who understood that this conversation was one they'd been waiting for. Dumbledore looked older in the candlelight than he did in daylight. Not in a dramatic way, just in the honest way of someone whose age was real and was simply more visible at certain times of day. He looked like what he was, 100-and-some-year-old man who had spent the majority of his life carrying things he couldn't put down. "I've prepared a full account," Dumbledore said, without preamble, which was itself a kind of progress from September. "What I know, what I suspect, what the evidence supports at each level." "Thank you," Harry said, and sat down. The account took 2 hours. The Horcruxes Dumbledore had identified or suspected: a diary, already destroyed, Tom Riddle's school diary which had been used 11 years ago and which had contained, Dumbledore believed, the piece used in the possession events Harry knew had touched the school's history. A ring, currently in existence, with a stone Dumbledore had identified as the resurrection stone from the Peveril line, in a house in the village of Little Hangleton. A locket, once belonging to Slytherin, stolen from a collector. A cup, once belonging to Hufflepuff, location uncertain. A diadem, once belonging to Ravenclaw. And possibly, Dumbledore was not certain, something alive. "Something alive," Harry said. "I believe so. A snake. His snake, Nagini, who has been with him in various forms since," Dumbledore paused. "Since the events of 13 years ago." Harry wrote this down. 7 objects including the scar. 1 already destroyed. 5 located or partially located. 1, Nagini, requiring a different approach entirely. "The ring," Harry said. "Peveril ring. Where exactly?" "The Gaunt family home, or what remains of it." "In Little Hangleton." A pause. "Harry. The ring has a curse on it. A death curse, layered into the object with the Horcrux. Anyone who attempts to handle it without proper preparation, has the proper preparation been done?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I have been developing an approach," he said. "I had intended to retrieve it myself, this summer." "Alone?" Harry said. "Yes." "Why alone?" The question landed in the room with the weight that Harry had intended, not accusatory, just specific. Dumbledore looked at his hands. "Because I did not want to endanger anyone else," he said. "And because I am the most capable." "You're not more capable than the castle's ward magic applied to a specific object," Harry said. "The ring is a Horcrux with a death curse. The ward magic I used in the chamber targeted a specific consciousness. The same principle, modified, could target a specific curse. Applied to the ring before it's touched, it would neutralize the curse without requiring the person handling it to manage both simultaneously." He looked at Dumbledore. "You were planning to do this alone because you didn't have anyone you could ask for this specific type of help." Dumbledore looked at him. "That's not modesty," Harry said. "That's what happens when you spend 100 years being the most capable person in most rooms." The room stopped producing collaborators. He set his pen down. I'm not doing this to be critical. I'm telling you what I'm observing because it's relevant to how we approach the rest of these. He looked at his list. We do this together, with preparation, not alone and certainly not ad hoc. Fawkes made a low sound from his perch. Dumbledore looked at the phoenix with an expression that was, briefly and completely, without any of its usual management, just an old man, tired and genuinely moved and slightly at a loss. Together, Dumbledore said. Together, Harry confirmed. They worked for another hour on the methodology, the word application theory, the sequencing, the question of the locket and the cup and the diadem, each one presenting different logistical problems. The diadem, Harry said, he might already know the location of. The archive had a record of Rowena Ravenclaw's missing diadem that included a significant hint about where it had been hidden. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression of someone finding another unexpected piece of information in an unexpected place. The archive, Dumbledore said. You've been in there since October. Since the second week of term. And in 2 months of reading he stopped. Started again. The diadem has been missing from the historical record for 600 years. It's in the room of requirement, Harry said. On the 7th floor. Where things go when people hide them and forget they've hidden them. Ravenclaw's notes mention her daughter's hiding of the diadem in terms that are indirect but geographically specific if you know the castle's layout. He looked at his notes. We can confirm it without handling it. If it's there, it will register to the rings as a specific kind of wrongness. I noticed something on the 7th floor last term and didn't understand what I was reading. I understand it now. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Harry, he said. I have spent 30 years preparing for a war that I believed only I could navigate. I have made decisions I believed were necessary, about information, about people, about what was known and unknown, that I would not make the same way again. He looked at his hands. I want to say this not as an apology, because I think you've made clear that apologies aren't the thing you need from me. I want to say it as a factual statement of the current situation. I no longer believe I am the person who should be navigating this alone. I haven't believed it since the library in September, if I'm honest. I am, adjusting. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. I can see you adjusting. It's not a small thing, for someone who's been certain for as long as you have. He paused. For what it's worth, the certainty came from genuine love for this world. That part was never wrong. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that Harry had been building a reading of since September. It was grief, he understood now. Not for anything recent. The oldest kind, the kind that had been absorbed so completely into the structure of a person that it looked like gravity, looked like simply the weight of being them, rather than a loss that had happened at a specific moment. He didn't say anything about it. Some things didn't need naming to be acknowledged. Good night, Professor, he said. Good night, Harry. The second Prophet article arrived in February. Harry had expected it, and Hermione had been monitoring Skeeter's publication schedule with the thoroughness she applied to things she was personally invested in, which turned out to be a significant category. This article was different. The first had been political, authority, legitimacy, ministry stability. This one was personal. Harry Potter, child sovereign or manipulated pawn? The article suggested, in the careful language of implication rather than accusation, that Harry Potter's sovereign status was being exploited by persons around him, specifically naming Albus Dumbledore as a possible manipulating influence, using the child's authority for his own institutional purposes. It also included, and this was new, a reference to Harry's childhood at the Dursleys. Our reporter has learned that the boy who lived spent his first decade in circumstances far below what his status warranted, which was both accurate and weaponized, used to imply that Harry was damaged, susceptible, potentially being used by older and more sophisticated actors. Harry read the article. Set it down. Around him at the breakfast table, the quality of the silence was different from the first article's reaction. That one had generated discussion, argument, skepticism in various directions. This one generated something quieter and harder to read, the discomfort of an institution confronting the possibility that something in it might not be what it appeared to be. He felt it from the staff table too. McGonagall's expression had the specific set of someone who was very angry in a very controlled way. Flitwick was reading with the absorbed focus of someone building a position. Dumbledore had his copy folded beside his plate and was eating his porridge with the deliberate quality of someone who has decided exactly what to do and is waiting for the appropriate moment. "This is worse than the first one," Hermione said quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "She's shifted from attacking the charter to attacking you personally. Specifically your capacity to make independent decisions." Hermione's voice was even and precise, which was how she handled things she was upset about. "She's trying to create a narrative where the solution to the problem of your authority is adult oversight. Specifically, ministry oversight. Which is what the first article was actually asking for," Harry said. "She's building a case, not writing individual stories." "Someone's directing her," Hermione said. "The specific details about the Dursleys, that's not public information. It's in your file somewhere, ministry file or Hogwarts records, and someone with access has shared it." Harry thought about who had access to his personal file. The ministry. Dumbledore. The Board of Governors. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, who had access to the board's files, who had 4 dissenting votes, and who had not, since the November hearing, made any visible move, which meant either he'd accepted the outcome, which Harry didn't believe for a moment, or he'd shifted to a longer, quieter strategy. Using Skeeter was both. Long and quiet, but building towards something specific. "I'm going to respond," Harry said. Hermione looked up. "Now. Not in print. In person." He folded the paper. "I'm going to talk to Skeeter directly." "How do you? She's a journalist." "She's not going to. She's an ambitious writer who's been handed a story by a source with an agenda," Harry said. "That means she has a story, and she also has the story behind the story, and the story behind the story is always more interesting than the one she's been given." He looked at Hermione. "She's not Malfoy's instrument. She's using his information for her own purposes. Which means she has her own purposes, separate from his." Hermione looked at him for a moment. "You want to give her a better story?" "I want to give her the accurate one," Harry said. "Which is also more interesting than what she has." "How are you going to arrange a meeting?" "By writing to her at the Prophet and being direct about it," Harry said. "She'll come." Ambitious journalists come when 11-year-olds who are the subject of their current series invite them for an exclusive. Hermione blinked. Yes. That's actually exactly right. Harry wrote the letter during History of Magic, which was the most efficient use of Bin's impeccable timing. The meeting with Skeeter happened in Hogsmeade on a Saturday in late February, at a tea shop that Skeeter apparently favored, which told Harry something about her. A woman who met a story source in a place she was comfortable was a woman who expected to be in control of the meeting. She was already there when Harry arrived. Small, elaborately dressed, with acid green quick quotes quill already on the table beside her teacup and a smile that was calibrated to be simultaneously warm and professional, which meant it was neither. Harry sat down. He did not let his gaze go to the quill. He looked at her face. "Mr. Potter," she said. "What an extraordinary invitation." "Thank you for coming," Harry said. "I'll be direct, because I think you prefer direct and I certainly do." He folded his hands on the table. The rings caught the tea shop's warm light. "You've written 2 articles about me in the past 6 weeks. Both are based on information that came from a single source with a specific agenda. You know this, and you've used the information anyway because it's accurate and your job is to publish accurate things." She looked at him with a new quality of attention, the recalibration of someone who'd arrived expecting one kind of meeting and was encountering another. "You're not denying the content." "The content is accurate," Harry said. "The framing is designed to serve your source's purposes rather than explain what's actually happening. Which means your readers are getting accurate facts in a shape that leads them to a false conclusion. He looked at her. I think that bothers you. Not enough to stop, you're a professional and the story was handed to you, but enough that you've been careful about the language. Both articles imply the conclusions rather than stating them. That's not your usual register. She looked at him for a long moment. You've read my previous work. Yes, Harry said. 3 years of it. You're 11. I read quickly. He accepted the tea a house elf brought without being asked and looked at her directly. I'm going to tell you what's actually happening at Hogwarts and why. Not because I need good press, I don't, the charter's legal standing doesn't change based on the prophet's opinion. Because you're the most widely read journalist in the wizarding world and your readers deserve the accurate story, and because the person who's been feeding you information has an agenda that will eventually use you as a disposable instrument, and I suspect you know that too. Skeeter put down her teacup. The quick quotes quill was hovering over parchment, ready. She looked at it, then at Harry. Then, with the specific expression of someone making a professional decision, she capped the quill. Off the record, she said, for now. Fine, Harry said. He talked for an hour. Not everything, not the Horcruxes, not the Chamber's full story, not Dumbledore's private revelations. But everything that was public or would become public, the charter's history, the corrections he'd made to the school's administration, the board hearing and its outcome, what the sovereign authority was actually for and what it wasn't for, and this was the move he'd been building toward, the pattern in Skeeter's source's behavior, the specific shape of Lucius Malfoy's interest in the charter and why a man in his position would want the public to believe it had no legal weight. That's the real story, Harry said. A man who was connected to the last dark regime trying to maintain structural influence over Britain's primary wizarding school through a governance body he can control, and using the press to discredit a legal mechanism that removes that influence. He looked at her steadily. That's more interesting than 11-year-old has too much power. Skeeter was quiet for a moment. Her expression had gone through several phases during the hour, and the current one was the most unguarded yet, the expression of a journalist whose instincts had lit up like a control panel. You're giving me a different source, she said. I'm pointing you toward the actual story, Harry said. What you do with it is your professional judgment. What do you want in return? Accuracy, Harry said. When you write about what I'm doing at Hogwarts, write about what I'm actually doing. Not the framing your current source handed you. The thing itself. He looked at her. If I'm wrong about something, write that I'm wrong. If I'm right, write that I'm right. I don't need favorable coverage. I need coverage that isn't shaped by someone who wants the charter buried. Skeeter looked at him across the tea table for a long moment. I want access, she said. An ongoing interview arrangement. When something significant happens, I get the first interview. Within reason, Harry said. What does within reason mean? It means anything that happens at Hogwarts that becomes public news, you get first access to my account of it. Anything that's internal to the school's governance remains internal until there's a reason for it not to be. He looked at her. I'm not giving you a propaganda channel. I'm offering you accurate access in exchange for accurate reporting. Skeeter uncapped her quill. Deal, she said. The third article ran the following Saturday. Its headline was, The Sovereign Charter, What Hogwarts Founders Actually Built, and Who Wants It Buried. Harry read it over breakfast with the systematic attention he gave everything in print, checking for accuracy, noting what she'd gotten right and what she'd softened for the audience. It was, by a significant margin, the most accurate thing the prophet had published about him, and its implications about Lucius Malfoy's board motivations were pointed without being legally actionable, the work of a writer who knew exactly how close to a line she could stand. She's good, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. She is, Harry said. Are you going to trust her? No, Harry said. I'm going to use a professional arrangement that aligns her interests with accuracy. He turned the page. Trust is different. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, Harry. Can I ask you something that's not about strategy? He looked at her. Are you all right? She said. Actually. Not, fine, let's continue, all right, actually all right. This is a lot. She said it with the directness that was her version of gentleness, no softening but absolutely real. The Horcrux. The Scar. Skeeter. Malfoy. Quirrell. All of it, in one term. Harry looked at his breakfast. He thought about the honest answer, which he owed her. There are moments, he said. At night, usually. Where I think about the fact that I'm 11 and there's a piece of someone else's damaged soul in my scar and 6 more objects like it scattered across the country, and the person who made them isn't gone and isn't coming back properly and has to be addressed. He paused. And I think about the fact that for the first 3 years, it was just me, in a library basement and a Dursley cupboard, working this out alone. And the loneliness of that is it's still there, sometimes. When I'm tired. Hermione was quiet. But then, Harry said, I'm not alone now. And the work is real and it matters and I know how to do it. He looked at her. So the moments pass. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached over and pushed his toast closer to him. Eat, she said. You think better when you've eaten properly. Harry ate his toast. Thank you, he said. For asking. I'll keep asking, she said. Frequently and without apology. I know, he said. That's why I answer. March arrived. Neville's paper was published in the spring issue of Magical Plant Research. His name on the cover in small print, a first-year student at Hogwarts, and inside a paper that Sprout read at the breakfast table with progressive and visible delight before excusing herself to go show someone, presumably in the greenhouse, presumably several plants. Neville received 12 letters from magical researchers over the following week. 3 of them were from people asking if he'd considered expanding the study. 1 was from a professor at Beauxbatons. 1 was from a researcher at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures who had been studying similar surface resistance in magical animal hide and wanted to compare notes. He answered all of them. He answered them sitting at the Gryffindor table, or in the archive, or on the hearthrug in the common room, with the focused energy of someone who'd found the specific frequency their mind ran best at and was simply running at it now, no longer waiting for permission. Augusta Longbottom's letter, when it arrived, was 2 pages. The second page, which Neville read first with slightly shaking hands, contained the sentence, I believe I have underestimated you consistently and for too long, and I am sorry for it. He cried, briefly and without apology, in the archive, sitting in the Hufflepuff chair. Harry was in the Gryffindor chair with his notebook and didn't say anything about it, just stayed, which was the correct response. When Neville was done he looked at Harry with the expression of someone who'd set down something very heavy. She's not going to be completely different, Neville said. I know that. She's still going to expect a lot. Probably, Harry said. But she's trying. Yes, Harry said. Neville looked at the 4 chairs, the worn red leather, the pale oak, the amber-colored wood, the austere dark 4th. 4 people who'd argued and cared and built something worth building. Do you think they'd have liked each other, he said. If they hadn't had to share a school? Harry thought about it. About the correspondence, the arguments, the specific dynamics of 4 very different intelligences forced into collaboration. I think Gryffindor and Hufflepuff would have been friends regardless, he said. Ravenclaw would have been friends with any of them but would have driven them all slightly insane. Slytherin, he paused. I think he would have been lonely in any arrangement. I think the school was the closest he ever got. Neville sat with this. That's sad. A little, Harry said. But he built something that mattered, even from that. Even from the fear and the loneliness. What you build from where you are is still real. Neville looked at the archive around them, the preserved correspondence, the memory vessels, the accumulated record of 11 centuries. "Thank you," he said. "For bringing me here." "You belonged here," Harry said simply. "I just opened the door." The end of March brought Lucius Malfoy's next move. It came, as Harry had predicted and prepared for, through the ministry rather than the press. A formal inquiry, filed through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting a review of the Hogwarts foundational record modifications on grounds of procedural irregularity in minor conducted administrative actions under the Magical Minors Governance Act of 1847. Harry read the filing in Dumbledore's office, which Dumbledore had handed him with the expression of someone who'd been expecting this. The 1847 Act. Harry opened his notebook, found the section Hermione had marked, and looked at the specific provision Malfoy was citing, that administrative actions carrying permanent institutional weight could not be conducted by a person under 17 without a designated adult guardian's co-signature. "He's not attacking the charter this time," Harry said. "He's attacking the method. The specific administrative act rather than the underlying authority." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It's more surgical. And it has a real legal basis. The 1847 Act is legitimate legislation." "It's also superseded," Harry said. "By the charter itself, which has a specific provision I want to check." He stood. "I'll be in the archive." He walked to the archive, sat in the Gryffindor chair, and spent 3 hours working through the charter's administrative provisions with the focused precision of someone who'd been preparing for this specific problem since before they could have known it was coming. The provision he was looking for was in the charter's 6th section, which covered the sovereign's administrative capacity. The language was clear: the sovereign's authority in matters of foundational governance is plenary and requires no co-signature, guardianship, or external validation beyond the ring's own recognition. No subsequent legislation may constrain this authority within its defined scope. No subsequent legislation. The 1847 Act was subsequent. The charter was prior. Prior instruments superseded subsequent legislation in all common magical law frameworks, a foundational principle that even the ministry's own legal counsel would have to acknowledge. Harry wrote a 12-page response to the inquiry over 3 evenings, citing the charter provision, the legal precedent from the 1752 Educational Governance Act dispute, and 3 additional cases from magical administrative law that established the principle of prior instrument supremacy. Hermione read it twice and added 4 footnotes. Dumbledore read it and said nothing for a long moment, then said, "This is the work of a senior legal advocate." "It's the work of someone who's been reading the right materials," Harry said. He filed the response through Madame Leonora on a Tuesday, which was their established day. The ministry's inquiry was withdrawn 2 weeks later, citing jurisdictional uncertainty requiring further review, which was the ministry's way of saying they'd been told by their own legal department that the argument couldn't be won. Hermione put a small mark in her notebook, the 4th time Harry had engaged a formal challenge and won, without raising his voice, without invoking anything except the framework he'd built and the law as it actually was. "He'll try again," she said. "Of course he will," Harry said. "He's not going to stop." He looked out the common room window at the March sky, gray and cold and edging towards something that wasn't quite spring. But every time he tries and fails through legitimate channels, the legitimacy of what we're doing becomes more established. "He's helping us, in a way." Hermione looked at him. "That's very cold-blooded." "It's accurate," Harry said. She made another small mark in her notebook. "Spring exams in 6 weeks, she said. "Are you prepared? For first-year exams?" "Don't be arrogant about it," she said sharply. Harry looked at her. "That was fair," he said. "Yes it was," she said. "We prepare properly for everything. That's the standard." "Agreed," Harry said, and pulled out his charms notes. The fire was warm. The castle was steady. March moved slowly toward April, and somewhere in the deep structure of the school the work was doing what good work did, accumulating, building, making the next thing more possible than it had been before. And Harry Potter sat with his friends in the common room and revised for his first-year exams with the complete, unironic seriousness of someone who understood that no task was beneath proper attention, and felt, in the warm and specific way that had surprised him more than almost anything else this year, entirely, simply, at home. Chapter 8, The Sovereign's Peace. The exams came and went. Harry sat them all with the focused, unhurried attention he brought to everything, not performing brilliance, just working through each question with the precision of someone who understood that demonstrated competence was a form of respect for the subject, and that first-year examinations, however basic, deserved the same quality of effort as everything else. He finished most papers early and used the remaining time to check his work rather than sit with the satisfied idleness of someone who thought finishing early was the point. Hermione finished early too, and spent her remaining time adding observations to her answers that went well beyond what was asked, which the examiners would either appreciate or find alarming. Neville sat his herbology practical with a calm that was new, not the absence of nerves but the management of them, the specific quality of someone who's done enough real work to trust themselves. Ron played chess against himself during the history of magic written exam, mentally, which he explained afterward was how he organized complex information, and received a grade that surprised everyone except Harry. Results came back in the second week of June. Harry read his own with the same attention he gave everything and put them in his notebook and moved on. The grades were what they were, uniformly excellent, and the grades were not the thing that mattered about the year. What mattered about the year was on every other page of the notebook. The last Hogsmeade visit of the year was on a Saturday in mid-June, the day warm enough finally to call summer rather than spring, the village full of students in the specific mood of people who'd survived something and were processing the survival with butterbeer and book shops. Harry walked through it with Hermione and Neville and Ron, in the comfortable looseness of a group that had stopped needing to manage itself and could simply be itself, which was the thing that took the longest to develop and was the most valuable once it had. Ron was telling a story about a chess match he'd played against his brother Fred that had involved a bet, a stolen chocolate frog card, and a piece of toast in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Neville was laughing. Hermione was laughing while maintaining an expression of principled skepticism about the toast's role in the narrative. Harry was listening with the particular quality of attention he gave to Ron's stories, which rewarded it. Ron was a genuinely brilliant storyteller in the way people were when they'd learned to tell stories from a large family and understood instinctively that a story was for the people listening. They stopped at Honeydukes and Scrivenshafts and the bookshop, which had a new display in the window that Hermione pressed her face against and then went inside for 20 minutes while the others ate ice cream on the step. Harry ate his cone and watched the village and felt the specific pleasure of having nothing to do at this particular moment that required immediate attention. Harry, Neville said, beside him. Yes. The paper. The second one, the expansion. He was looking at his ice cream. The Beauxbatons researcher wrote again. She wants to collaborate on a cross-species study. Comparing the root surface resistance phenomenon with a similar pattern she's found in aquatic magical plants in the south of France. He paused. She's proposing a summer research exchange. Harry looked at him. What did you say? I said I'd think about it. A pause. Gran wrote. She said yes, obviously, if I wanted to go. He looked at the village street. She didn't say it like a concession. She said it like it was the obvious answer and she didn't understand why I was asking. Good, Harry said. She's different, Neville said. I mean, she's the same. Still terrifying. Still has opinions about everything. But some of the opinions have changed, and she says what she thinks now, more directly. She's not translating it into something she thinks I need to hear. He paused. She told me she was proud of me. Just said it. Over breakfast last week when I was home for a day. Just said it straight out and then asked if I wanted more eggs. Harry smiled. What? Neville said. Nothing. It's good. It is good. Neville ate his ice cream. Are you going to tell me I'm allowed to be happy about it? You don't need my permission to be happy, Harry said. I know that, Neville said. Sometimes it helps to hear someone say the obvious thing. Harry looked at him. Be happy about it, he said. She loves you and she's figuring out how to say it. That's rare and good. Neville nodded, with the specific quality of someone integrating something they decided was true. Are you going back to the Dursleys this summer? He said. No, Harry said. Where then? I've arranged for a property through Gringotts, Harry said. The Potter estate included a house in Wales that's been unoccupied for 10 years. It needs work, but the wards are intact and it's mine. He paused. And there's the archive, which I intend to keep working in. The Founders' access extends beyond the term, the room stays open as long as I'm on the grounds. You're staying at Hogwarts over summer? For part of it. He looked at the village. Dumbledore and I have work to do. The Horcrux work. Neville knew the general outline. Harry had told him and Ron the same summary he'd given Hermione. In the measured way he gave people information they needed to understand what was happening around them. Not everything, not the scar, but enough. Neville had received this information with the specific steadiness of someone who'd been building courage all year and found it was now load-bearing. Can I help? Neville said. Not with the retrieval, Harry said. That's Dumbledore and me, and it's dangerous in specific ways that don't benefit from more people present. He looked at Neville. But the research. What we're building, the Ravenclaw ward theory, the soul magic framework, the archives materials. That needs more readers than just Hermione and me. The summer would be useful for that. Neville straightened slightly. I'll be back by August, he said. From France. August works, Harry said. Hermione emerged from the bookshop with a bag that was somehow heavier than she'd entered with and rejoined them on the step with the expression of someone who'd made excellent decisions and was satisfied with every one of them. There's a new text on advanced charm theory, she said. Flitwick apparently contributed a chapter. Also a second-hand copy of the original Ravenclaw ward research in translation, not a good translation, but a starting point. I have the original, Harry said. I know. This is for my working copy. I don't want to bring the archive original out of the room. She looked at her bag. Also a book on the history of magical administrative law that will be useful for whatever Malfoy tries next. We don't know what he'll try next, Ron said. No, Hermione said. So we read broadly. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked back. This is our life now, Ron said. Isn't it? If you want it to be, Harry said. Ron ate the last of his ice cream with the expression of someone who had thought about this, deeply and genuinely, and had arrived at an answer that didn't need further examination. Yeah, he said. Obviously. On the last night of term, Harry went to the archive alone. The school was in its final evening state, the particular warm energy of 700 children finishing something and beginning something else, the great hall loud with end-of-year dinner and the specific excess of the feast, portraits animated more than usual, ghosts drifting through in the social mood that end-of-term put even the castle's oldest inhabitants in. Harry had eaten with his friends and listened to Ron's summary of the year's chess matches and Hermione's end-of-term reading list and Neville's detailed plans for France, and had been entirely present for all of it. Then he'd slipped away, up through the corridors, to the 7th floor. The archive was warm when he entered. Not heated warm, not a temperature, the specific warmth of the room having been used well, the way a library gets warmer through use, through the accumulated warmth of people who've brought their attention and left something of it behind. The 4 chairs sat in the center. The shelves held their 11 centuries of material. The candles and the brackets burned with the warm light that never quite flickered in here. Harry sat in the Gryffindor chair. He sat with his hands in his lap, 12 rings quiet and warm, and let the year settle around him the way sediment settles in water when the current stops, all of it finding its level, taking its proper place. He thought about the vault in Surrey, 3 years ago. The 17 steps. The door that had opened for him. The rings lifting off their hollows one by one and finding his fingers. The feeling of something that had been waiting a very long time to be found. He thought about 3 years of a Surrey library and charity shop textbooks and a notebook filling with cramped questions and followed threads. About a boy who'd been told, consistently and from the earliest age, that he was a problem to be managed, and who'd taken that assessment and quietly, methodically, built a different one. He thought about the Sorting Hat. Put me where I'll do the most good. And the hat's voice, dry and ancient, that's exactly the kind of distinction Gryffindor needs more of. About Dumbledore in the library, the first conversation, and how far they'd come from that conversation to the work they'd been doing together since January, careful, specific, honest in a way that cost the headmaster something real and which he paid consistently. About Hermione pushing his toast toward him and saying eat, you think better. About Neville sitting in the Hufflepuff chair the first time and the half-inch of height he'd added walking out of the corridor after Flint. About Ron's chess piece in Harry's pocket, which was still there, which Harry had not moved because it had turned out to be exactly what Ron had said, something to hold when you were stuck, a small specific reminder that thinking was the thing. About Draco Malfoy on a stone bench outside the library with his father's letter in his hands. About Quirrell in the chamber, the passenger dissolved, and Quirrell himself, a scholar, I studied, being walked out of Slytherin's oldest room into a castle that had sealed it against the thing that had used him. About Lucius Malfoy, who had tried 4 times and failed 4 times and would try again, because people like him didn't stop, they adapted, and understanding the adaptation was part of the work. About the Horcruxes, the ring retrieved in May, Dumbledore's hand briefly in danger before Harry had applied the ward dissolution precisely and extracted the curse without damage, both of them crouched in the remains of the Gaunt house in Little Hangleton while the ward magic completed itself. The ring destroyed. 1 of 7. 5 remaining, plus the scar, plus Nagini. About the Horcrux and the scar, which Hermione and Harry had been developing an approach to all spring, drawing on Ravenclaw's ward theory and soul magic literature and 3 late nights in the archive running theoretical calculations that were not yet practice but were becoming something that looked like it. About the Founders. The 4 people whose rings he wore and whose building he lived in and whose specific, argued for, cared about intention he was carrying forward in the work of every day. Not their image, not the mythologized versions, not the simplified story. The actual people, brilliant, difficult, afraid in specific ways, courageous in other specific ways, wrong about some things and right about others, and out of all of that, nevertheless, building something that had outlasted them by 1100 years and was still worth building toward. Harry put both hands on the Gryffindor chair's armrests and looked at the room. He was 11 years old and the sovereign of Hogwarts, and somewhere between those two facts was the truth of who he was, which was both and neither, not just a child and not just an authority, but a person in the middle of becoming, which was what 11 was, even for him. He said aloud, to the room, to the archive, to the Founders if they could hear anything at all, first year done. The candles burned steady. It wasn't what you planned for, probably, he said. An 11-year-old. The vault below a Surrey library. 3 years of self-education and a notebook with terrible handwriting. He looked at the rings. But here we are. He was quiet for a moment. I changed 3 things in the records. Stopped a possession in the chamber. Moved the stone to safety. Won a board hearing and 3 legal challenges. Got 1 paper published that isn't mine, Neville's. Found the diadem's location. Retrieved 1 Horcrux. He paused. Made 4 people who I think are actually friends. He looked at the empty chairs. The last one wasn't planned. The last one turned out to matter more than most of the rest. The room was quiet. The candles were steady. Outside the archive, very faintly, he could hear the distant sound of the end-of-year feast, music, laughter, the specific volume of 700 people having the best evening of their term. The work isn't finished, he said. Obviously. There are 5 more Horcruxes and the Scar and Malfoy and the curriculum gaps and the defense against the dark arts curse and the chamber's basilisk and probably 12 other things I haven't found yet. He looked at the ceiling. It won't be finished. That's not a failure condition. That's just what it means to be the person who looks after something. He stood. He walked to the shelf with the Founders' correspondence, the crystal cases, the preserved letters, the original record. He took out the last letter he'd found, the one he thought about more than any other, Slytherin's letter, the angular script, "I have built a chamber. I built it from fear. I understand this." He read it one more time. "What you build from where you are is still real." He put it back in its case. "Careful with it. Careful with all of it." Dumbledore was waiting outside the archive. Not dramatically, the headmaster was leaning against the corridor wall in his most extraordinary robes of the year, which were deep blue with something that might have been comets embroidered on the sleeves, with the specific quality of someone who'd been standing there for a while and was comfortable being stood there. "You knew where it was," Harry said. "I suspected," Dumbledore said. "When you didn't come down to the feast. Minerva noticed you'd slipped out." "McGonagall keeps better track of me than anyone," Harry said. "She keeps better track of everything than anyone," Dumbledore agreed. "It's her defining characteristic and the reason I have not adequately expressed my gratitude to her in 31 years. He fell into step beside Harry as they headed back toward the main staircase. "The archive." "Just thinking," Harry said. "A productive year for thinking," Dumbledore said. "In that room and elsewhere." "Yes." They walked in comfortable silence for a moment, a silence that had developed over the year, that had started in the headmaster's office in that careful, heavy conversation in October and had gradually, conversation by conversation, become easier to inhabit. "The diadem," Dumbledore said. "Room of requirement. I confirmed it in May. You haven't retrieved it." "I wanted to finish the theoretical framework for the retrieval method before touching it," Harry said. "The Ravenclaw ward dissolution approach needs one more theoretical test before I'm willing to apply it to something that has a death curse potentially attached. Hermione is working on the last stage." "She is extraordinary," Dumbledore said. "Tell her that," Harry said. "She doesn't hear it enough in the right context." "I'll make a point of it," Dumbledore said, with the specific tone of someone making a genuine note rather than a social one. They reached the main staircase and stopped at its top, the great hall's noise rising from below, warm and full. "Next year," Dumbledore said. "Next year," Harry agreed. "Quirrell is recovering," Dumbledore said. "St. Mungo's specialist ward. The possession damage is extensive but not permanent. He'll require most of the summer." A pause. "He's asked, through the healers, whether he might return to teaching someday. In a different capacity, not defense. He was a decent Muggle studies scholar, before. If he's well enough," Harry said. "And if he wants to. That should be his decision and the staff's." Dumbledore nodded. "Slughorn has expressed interest in returning to potions," he said, with the manner of someone raising something they've been considering for a while. "He taught here for many years before Horace's particular susceptibilities led him to retire." "I know who Slughorn is," Harry said. "He's brilliant and he's a collector. I'd want his terms clearly established before he's in a classroom." "As would I," Dumbledore said. "That's a conversation for August, I think." "August," Harry agreed. They stood for a moment at the top of the staircase, the castle warm and full around them, and Harry felt the specific quality of the school's attention, not urgent, not alert, just present. The baseline attention of a building at the end of a year, settled into itself, full of sleeping children and lit portraits and the embers of a good feast. "For what it's worth," Dumbledore said, and his voice had the quality it sometimes had in the evenings now, stripped of its formal registers, just the voice of a very old man saying something he meant, "I have not, in a century of teaching and 40 years of headmastering, seen a first year like this one." "In what sense?" Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "In the sense that something that should have been broken was not," he said. "A child who had every reason to arrive here damaged and defensive arrived, otherwise. And made the school better, not by force, but by simply being exactly what he is." He looked at Harry. "That's the founder's intention, you know. That's what they built this for. Not the grand authority, not the charter provisions, not the sovereign mechanism. The other part. The part where a child comes here with whatever they are and leaves with more of it. Harry looked at the staircase going down, at the warm light from the great hall below. I know, he said. The feast ended at midnight and the school moved towards sleep in the gradual way feasts ended, students peeling off by house, by tiredness, by the social gravity of whoever they'd spent the evening with. Harry came down to the great hall after the corridor conversation with Dumbledore and found his table in the post-feast state, Ron defeated by food, leaning back in his chair with the satisfaction of someone who'd committed entirely. Hermione with her end-of-term notes open beside her dessert plate. Neville talking to a second-year Hufflepuff about plant grafting techniques with the confidence of someone who'd stopped waiting to be asked for his opinions and had started offering them. Harry sat down. Served himself the remnants of the treacle tart. Felt the ring of 4 of them around him, the specific warmth of a group of people who'd spent a year building something together and were now, for the first time, fully aware of what they'd built. Last night, Ron said, without opening his eyes. Last night, Hermione agreed. Next year, Neville said, to the Hufflepuff's second year, who nodded seriously and wrote something down. Harry ate his treacle tart and looked up at the enchanted ceiling, which tonight was full of summer stars, the Scottish sky in June going from blue-black at the edges toward a deep clarity at the center that was the specific color of a night that wouldn't quite get dark. Stars in it anyway, the bright ones visible even through the lingering light. He thought about next year, in the way he thought about most things, not with anxiety, not with the weight of everything unfinished, but with the working attention of someone who'd found their work and was genuinely looking forward to getting back to it. The remaining Horcruxes. The diadem retrieval. The soul magic research. The basilisk in the chamber. The curriculum gaps, Hermione's mapping project, 14 items on his administration list, the defense against the dark arts curse and its origin, the Slughorn question, the ongoing Malfoy situation and whatever shape his next approach took. And everything else. The ordinary everything else of a second year at school, new subjects, new students, the continuing work of being the kind of sovereign who understood that the authority was a tool for the work rather than the work itself. Flitwick's advanced charm theory. Sprout's third-year herbology curriculum, which he'd put in a formal request to audit because it connected to the ward research in ways that were increasingly interesting. McGonagall's transfiguration, which was becoming, in their Friday conversations, something that went well beyond the curriculum and into territory that would probably be classified as independent study if anyone was classifying it. Next year. More and better. Harry, Hermione said. Yes. You're doing the thinking face. I have a thinking face. You do, Ron said, still not opening his eyes. You go very still and your eyes go sort of, focused but not at anything in the room. It's distinctive. You all have thinking faces, Harry said. Yours involves moving chess pieces in your head. You can tell because your right hand does this. He made a small movement, a pushing gesture. Ron opened one eye. Does it? Yes, Neville said, pleasantly. It's been doing it all year. Ron looked at his right hand with the expression of someone discovering something unexpected about themselves. Then shrugged, which was Ron's relationship to most unexpected discoveries. Summer, Hermione said. Harry's in Wales and at Hogwarts. I'm in London reading everything. Neville's in France. Ron's at the Burrow. She looked around the table. Owl Post exists. I write back quickly, Neville said. I write back eventually, Ron said. Unless it's interesting. Everything I write is interesting, Hermione said. Some of it is, Ron said, which was what he said instead of all of it, which was what he meant. Harry looked at the three of them, at the specific reality of each of them, built over a year of mornings and evenings and dangerous midnights and archive sessions and kitchens and Hogsmeade and chess and plant papers. The specific reality of people who had chosen, in the specific way that mattered, to be where they were. Thank you, he said. They looked at him. For this year, he said. For being exactly what you are. He paused, not because he was uncomfortable with the sentiment but because he wanted to say it precisely. I know what this school is supposed to be. I've read the founder's records, I understand the intention. What I didn't know, going into it, was what it would actually feel like to be in the thing rather than reading about it. He looked at the table, at his hands, at the rings. It feels like this. Like this specific table, this specific evening. That's what it's for. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at the ceiling. The founders would have liked us, she said, with the dry precision of someone making a factual statement. Ravenclaw would have liked you, Harry said. She would have found Neville fascinating. She would have respected Gryffindor's line. He looked at Ron. Hufflepuff would have liked you. Hufflepuff likes everyone, Ron said. She liked people who were honest about what they were, Harry said. That's different from liking everyone. Ron thought about this. What about Slytherin? He would have found all of us either threatening or irrelevant, Harry said. And he would have been wrong about both. He was usually wrong about the people he underestimated, which was most people. That sounds lonely, Neville said quietly. It was, Harry said. And he built something real anyway. The feast's warmth was still in the room, the candles burning low, the tables emptying around them as students made their way to dormitories in the slow tide of a late evening. The great hall was developing the quality of a space winding down without losing its warmth, the fire banked lower, the enchanted ceiling deepening toward the blue of late summer night, the portraits in their frames beginning to shift toward their own late evening conversations. Harry sat in it and let it be complete. Not resolved, he'd stopped expecting things to be resolved, which was a different relationship to incompleteness than the one he'd had at 8, when the incompleteness had felt like a wound. It wasn't a wound. It was the condition of work that mattered, which was always unfinished, always in process, always pointing toward the next thing. The school was better than it had been in September. In 3 specific documented ways, and in 12 other ways that were harder to document but real. A boy had published a research paper. A woman had written to her grandson and said what she meant. A fragment of something dark had been dissolved from a chamber built from fear. A stone was safe. A ring was destroyed. It wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough in the sense of being finished. It was the right kind of not enough. He walked to the dormitory late, after the others had gone, after the great hall was empty and the house elves were working in their quiet efficient way and the portraits were murmuring among themselves. The castle was warm and attentive at his shoulder and the rings were warm on his fingers and the corridors were the familiar corridors of a building that knew him, that had known him since September and had been waiting much longer than that. He stopped at the window at the end of the 7th floor corridor, not the archive, just the window, looking out at the grounds and the lake and the dark of the school's outer landscape. The sky was that particular June not quite darkness, deep blue with the bright stars persistent in it. The lake was flat and still and the light caught it in places. He thought about the Dursleys, for the first time in a while, not with the specific pain of it, just as a fact. A cupboard and a biscuit and a library card and a walk to a side door that had been waiting for him. He thought about what a different version of him might have been, a version that hadn't found the vault, hadn't had 3 years to build himself in the specific direction the work required. A version that had arrived at Hogwarts surprised and unformed and waiting to be told what he was. He was glad not to be that version. He was glad for the cupboard and the library and the 17 steps and every single day of solitary work, because all of it had made him precisely what the rings had needed him to be when they found him, someone who understood what work was for. He turned from the window and walked the last corridor to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady was awake, for once. Late, she said, with the manner of someone who'd been waiting to say it. It's the last night of term, Harry said. Even so. She looked at him. She'd been looking at him differently since the start of term, with the specific quality of a portrait that was genuinely attentive and had been drawing conclusions all year. She said, "Will you fix the place, do you think? Properly?" Harry looked at her. "I'll try," he said. She nodded with the gravity of someone who'd seen a great many headmasters come and go and knew what trying meant and what it didn't. "Password," she said. He gave it. The portrait swung open. The common room was dark except for the embers of the fire, which had banked but not gone out. The armchairs were empty. The chess set on the table was in mid-game. Hermione's books were stacked by her chair with the organized precision of someone who'd left for bed but expected to come back tomorrow and find them exactly there. Harry stood in the common room of his house in his school in the castle he was sovereign of, at the end of his first year of it, and felt the specific weight of all of it settle, quiet and true, the way a building settles at the end of a long day. He sat on the hearthrug in the dark. The fire's embers threw warm light in pulses, slow and breathing, and the castle was quiet around him, and somewhere in the deepest part of the school the chamber was sealed and the stone was safe and the archive was full of 11 centuries of careful record and the work was enormous and ongoing and exactly right. He put one hand flat on the floor, feeling the stone beneath the rug, feeling the castle below the stone, feeling the specific alive attention of Hogwarts the way you feel the ground when you've been somewhere long enough for it to feel like yours. Still here, he said to the castle, in the language of the rings. Not words, not intent, something simpler, more like the sound a person makes when they've come home after a long time away. Just, still here. The castle answered the way it always answered, not with words or lights or any dramatic confirmation. Just with warmth. Just with the patient, enormous, quiet warmth of a building that had been waiting 1100 years for this and had decided, sometime in the autumn of this year, that the wait was over. Harry sat by the fire until the embers went blue and white and very small, and then he went to bed, and the school breathed quietly around him in the dark, and the work would be there in the morning, and so would he. The first day of the second year, Hogwarts felt different. Not to anyone who hadn't spent the previous year paying close attention to it, to the general population of the school it was simply September again, the same castle, the same feast, the same enchanted ceiling and the same slightly precarious staircases and the same portraits and the same smell of very old stone and something that was either very good food or magic and had probably always been both. The new first years crossed the lake by boat and arrived with their particular combination of terror and wonder and stepped through the front doors into the thing they'd been told about and discovered that being told about it was nothing like being in it. Harry watched them arrive from his place at the Gryffindor table and remembered crossing the lake and looking at the castle across the water and the castle looking back. He watched the first years find their seats. He watched the Sorting Hat perform itself with its ancient theatrical flair. He watched the students the hat called by name walk up with their private fears and expectations and sit on the stool and come back different, subtly, irrevocably, the way every person comes back different from the moment they discover which direction they're going. He watched, and he noted, and he was already thinking about the archive material he'd need for the diadem retrieval next week, and the second stage of the Horcrux soul framework that Hermione had sent him in a 13-page letter in August that contained a theoretical breakthrough she described in her third sentence as "I think I've got it, Harry, I think I actually have the ward dissolution framework complete." Read the attached calculations, and the calculations were correct. He was already thinking about what needed doing and who he was going to need and how long it would take and whether the defense position this year would be another Quirrell-type situation or something different and what Slughorn was going to be like in potions and whether there was a way to approach the basilisk question this year rather than next. He was 11 years old and turning 12 in July and carrying 12 rings on his fingers and thinking about 12 different things and none of them were small and none of them were frightening. Hermione sat beside him and opened her new notebook and wrote the date at the top of the first page and underlined it. Neville sat on his other side with Trevor, who regarded the new year with his customary philosophical resignation, and a new plant notebook that was already half full. Ron sat across from them and reached for the bread before the feast had officially started, which earned him a look from McGonagall that he received with the cheerful unbothered quality of someone who'd made his peace with being looked at for bread. The headmaster stood at the staff table and his eyes found Harry's across the hall for a moment, warm, clear, the specific quality of two people who had worked something out between them that had cost them both something real and had produced something real in return. Harry looked back. Nodded once. Dumbledore smiled and turned to the hall. "Welcome," he said, "to Hogwarts." Outside, the Scottish September was doing what September did, going gold at the edges, the first suggestion of the years turning visible in the hills beyond the windows, the sky the clear particular blue that meant autumn was coming and would be worth having. Inside, 700 students settled into the beginning of something, in a building that was warm and attentive and very old and had, this year, a quality it hadn't had in 11 centuries, the sense of being properly looked after. Not by an institution managing its population. Not by a tradition perpetuating itself. By someone who understood what the founders had built and why, and who was doing the daily, unglamorous, necessary work of keeping that intention alive. The feast appeared on the tables in the great hall's usual magnificent excess. Candles blazed. The ceiling showed the evening sky. 700 voices rose into noise and warmth and the specific beautiful chaos of a beginning. Harry Potter ate his dinner and made his notes and felt the school warm around him and thought, this is the work. This is exactly the work. He picked up his quill. Turned to a fresh page. Began.